Welcome back to Game of Theories, where the great what-ifs of Westeros come to life. Today's tale: what if Jon Snow bonded a dragon at the wall and burned the Night King's army alone? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The cold beyond the wall was not weather. Weather was a thing that came and went, that a man could curse and outlast. This was a presence. It had patience. It leaned against the back of Jon Snow's neck like a hand, and it waited to see what he would do. 11 days north of Castle Black, the haunted forest had gone quiet in a way that meant something. Jon had learned to read silences the way Meister Eamon read the lumps of his old letters, by feel, by long acquaintance. A forest emptied of game was a forest that knew. The squirrels were gone. The ravens that should have argued in the pines had taken their arguments elsewhere. Even the wind had thinned to a whisper that found the gaps in his blacks and reported back to whatever sent it. "I'll say it since no one else will," said dolorous Ed, riding at his left knee on a Garin that liked the journey even less than its rider. "We're being watched. The woods are dead, and we're following tracks that no living thing makes. This is the part of the song where the singer pauses for effect. Then sing quieter," Jon said. "I'd sing not at all if anyone gave me leave. A man could die out here with a tune in his throat and never get to finish it. That's the sort of thing that happens to me." Ghost ranged ahead through the trees, white on white, a smear of motion that the eye lost and found and lost again. The direwolf had not made a sound in 2 days. He padded with his head low and his hackles up, and where he stopped to test the air, he tested it long. Jon trusted the wolf's nose more than his own eyes. The eyes could be argued with. They argued now, telling him the snow ahead lay smooth and undisturbed, and Ghost's stillness called the eyes liars. 5 of them had ridden out of the Shadow Tower's shadow under Bowen Marsh's grudging seal. Jon, Ed, old Dywin with his wooden teeth and his forester's certainties, Harry Hal who could track a hare across bare rock, and a boy called Wick Whittlestick who had taken the black to escape a hanging in White Harbor and discovered the rope might have been kinder. They had come to find a ranging party that had not come back. Black Jack Bulwer's 6 men, 3 weeks overdue, ought by now to be either home or bones. They were neither. They were the tracks Jon followed, and the tracks were wrong. 6 went out, Dywin had said 2 nights past, gumming his words around the wooden teeth, and the prince say more than 6 come back this way. They walk close. They don't break stride for deadfalls. Living men step over a log, lad. These went through it. He had spat into the fire. "I don't like a thing that doesn't trouble itself to step over a log." Jon had not liked it either. He liked it less now because the prince had begun to do something living feet did not do. They came together. 6 sets had become a road. They found Black Jack at midday, which was as bright as the world got this far north, a gray coin of sun behind gray cloud. The clearing held what was left of a wildling camp. Hide tents collapsed under snow. A sled tipped on its side, the black ring of a fire pit gone to ash so old it had frozen into a single slab. The people were still there. That was the wrongness of it. The dead did not lie where they fell here. They sat. They leaned. A woman sat against the sled with a child in her lap and her hands folded over the child as if to keep it warm, and the cold had taken the color from both of them and left them the blue-white of skimmed milk. Her eyes were open. They were blue, a blue Jon had no word for, the blue of a star that gives no heat, and they had been brown in life. He knew they had been brown because the frost had not yet finished with the corner of one, and there the brown still showed, retreating. "Don't," Jon said. Wick had drawn his dagger and started forward, the way a green boy goes to a body thinking he ought to do something for it, close the eyes, say a word. The word for what Wick was about to do was die, and Jon got a hand on the boy's collar before the thought finished. "They're dead," Wick said. "We can't just—" "They're dead," Jon agreed. "That's the trouble. Look at the snow." The boy looked. To his credit, he saw it. There were no tracks leading away from the camp, and there were no tracks leading in except the ones the 5 of them had made. Whatever had killed these people had not walked here. The dead had been dead a long while, frozen through, and they sat in their attitudes of patience because something wanted them sitting, and that something had not yet given the word for them to stand. Daiwin had gone very still on his Garen. "Black Jack's not here," he said. Then the prints we followed were his," Jon said. "And they led us to people who didn't make a single track of their own. Think on what that means and then stop thinking on it, because it doesn't get better. It meant the dead could be walked. It meant something had taken Black Jack Bulwer and his 5 and turned them around and used them like a hound uses a scent to bring more black brothers north into the white. Jon had suspected it for 2 days the way a man suspects a tooth has gone bad before the pain admits it. Now the suspicion sat across the clearing with a child in its lap and looked at him with a dead woman's borrowed eyes. Ghost had circled the camp twice and now stood at its northern edge, facing into the trees, lips peeled back from teeth that showed no white because the wolf was already white, only the black gums and the wet shine of them. He did not growl. The not growling was worse. "We don't camp here," Jon said. "We don't camp within sight of here. Daiwin, you said the high ground north climbs to a glacier. Old ice. There's a weirwood marks the foot of it, or there was when I was young and the world had the decency to be smaller. We make for that. High ground, our backs to old ice, fire all night, 2 on watch, and no man sleeps who doesn't have to." He swung his Garen's head north. "And we ride past the dead, not through them, and no one touches a single frozen thing, no matter how it begs." "They don't beg," Ed said. "That's the comfort. They just wait. I've always preferred a thing that waits to a thing that begs. Less embarrassing for everyone." They rode past the dead. The woman with the child watched them go, or the cold behind her eyes did, and Jon kept his gaze on the trees and felt the weight of that watching all the way out of the clearing and a long mile after. The climb took the rest of the light. The Garens hated the ice and showed it, and twice the party went afoot to lead the beasts up a slope where the snow had crusted to glass over stone. The weirwood Daiwin remembered still stood at the glacier's foot, though stood flattered it. It had grown out and then over, the way old weirwoods did at the world's edge, its trunk bent nearly level under the centuries of weight, its red leaves long since fallen and not regrown, its bark the bone pale of every heart tree Jon had ever knelt before. A face had been carved into it once. The carving had run the way wax runs, the eyes weeping 2 long rust-red tracks down into the snow where they had pooled and frozen and pooled again, season on season, until the tree wept a little garden of red ice at its own roots. Sap. Only sap. Jon had grown up on the old gods, and he told himself it was sap, and the telling did not take. Behind the tree the glacier had calved. A wall of ice had split and slid and left a wound in itself, a cleaning fissure tall enough to ride a horse into, narrowing back into the blue dark of the world's deep cold. Air came out of it. That was the thing that stopped Jon where he stood. Air came out of the fissure, and it was warm. Not warm as a hearth was warm. Warm as a held breath, a single degree on the right side of killing, a thread of heat in a place where heat had no business and no allies. It smelled of stone and of something under stone, sulfur and iron, and a low sweetness like a forge gone cold an hour past. "That's wrong," Harry Hal said, which from Hal was a speech. "Ice doesn't breathe warm," Daiwin agreed. "Ice breathes the grave." Jon stood at the lip of the fissure and let the thread of heat touch his face, and something turned over in his chest, slow, like a sleeper at the far end of a long dream beginning to surface toward a sound. He had no name for it. He set it aside the way he set aside the carved trees weeping, because a ranger who chased the things he had no name for did not come home, and Jon Snow intended to bring 4 men home. He should have made camp. The light was nearly gone, and the heat from the ice was a riddle that would keep until morning. And a wise commander did not ride his men into the deep cold after dark on the strength of a warm draft. He knew all of that the way he knew his own name, and he heard himself say, "Hal, Wick, mind the horses and the fire. Dywin, Ed, bring a torch. I want to see what breathes." "There it is," Ed said to no one. "The part where the singer's voice goes hopeful. I never trust the hopeful part." The fissure ran back farther than it had any right to, and down. The walls were ice so old it had given up being white and gone blue, blue going to black, threaded through with bubbles of trapped ancient air strung like beads on a wire. The torchlight did not so much light the ice as drown in it, going down and down into the blue until it was a coin lost in a well. Their breath did not smoke here. That more than the warmth told Jon how far from the world they had come. A man's breath did not smoke because the air was the same warmth as the man, and there was no honest place beyond the wall where that was true. "Lad," Dywin said behind him, low. "Listen." Jon listened. Under the hiss of the torch and the small complaints of three men's joints, the ice was making a sound, a tick, a settling. The slow talk of a great house cooling in the night, except this house had been cooling for 8,000 years, and the sound had a rhythm to it, patient and not quite regular, that the ear wanted to call a pulse, and the mind would not let it. The fissure opened. It opened into a chamber the cold had carved, or that something had carved and the cold had kept, a vault of ice with a floor of black stone scoured clean. The warmth here was a living thing, a breath against the skin, and Jon understood at last where it came from. The floor had cracked across its center, and from the crack rose the faint orange of fire seen at a vast distance down through the world, a fissure under the fissure, a vein of the earth's old heat that had found its way up through a mile of cold, and made this one chamber a hearth that no hand had lit and no hand could put out. The children had a tale for everything, Eamon said, and the first men a tale for what the children left out, and somewhere in all those tales there was surely a name for a fire that burned beneath the ice. Jon did not know it. He knew only that he stood in the one warm room at the top of the world, and that he was not the first to stand here, because the room had been made ready for a guest. A nest of black stone ringed the warm crack. Within it, on a bed of ash gone to gray velvet with the ages, sat a single thing the size of a child's curled body, and it was not stone, though it wore stone stillness. It was an egg. Its shell was black, the deep black of a thing burnt past burning, and through the black ran veins of red, fine as the veins in a leaf, fine as the rust tears on the weirwood's face, and where the firelight from the crack in the floor touched those veins they did not reflect it. They answered it. Deep in the egg, far down under the shell, a red the color of the heart of a hearth woke when the light moved and dimmed when it stilled, slow, patient, a glow that breathed. "Tick," said the ice. "Talk." "Gods be good," Dywin whispered. He had taken off his fur cap, the old forester, without knowing he had done it. The way a man bears his head in a September, that's a dragon's egg. "That's a dragon's egg, lad. I've seen the painted ones in the books the Meister keeps, and I never in my life." "It's warm," Jon said. He had crossed to the nest without deciding to. His glove was already off. He did not remember taking it off. "Dywin, it's the warm, the whole chamber. It comes off the egg, not the crack. Feel." He should not have touched it. He knew the weight of the thing before his bare palm reached it. Knew it would be heavy as stone and cold as the grave under its skin of false warmth. Knew 100 reasons a sworn brother of the Night's Watch had no business laying hands on a relic out of the songs, in a chamber that something had kept warm for an age expressly, so that someone would one day do exactly this. He laid his palm against the shell. It was not cold. It was the temperature of skin, of a sleeping body, of a hand held under a cloak through a long watch, and where his palm met the black shell the red veins beneath it brightened and ran toward his hand like iron filings toward a lodestone, and that slow turning over in his chest turned all the way over and opened an eye. Jon Snow had no name for what he felt, and so he did not feel it. He felt the warmth. That was a safe and reportable thing, and he reported it to himself in those words, and he kept his hand on the egg a heartbeat longer than warmth alone would explain. "We can't take it," he said. "We can't leave it," Dywin said, in the voice of a man arguing against his own better sense and losing. Lad, do you know what that's worth? Houses have ruined themselves for the painted shells, for the dead ones, for stone. That's no stone. That's warm, that's bait," Ed said. He had not come past the chamber's mouth. He stood in the throat of the fissure with the torch held up and his back to the open ice, watching the way they had come, and his ugly, mournful face had gone the color of the weirwood. "Think on it the way you taught me, Lord, the way you taught me, John. The dead in the camp didn't walk there. Something sat them down facing the trail. Black Jack's prints led us here and didn't stop here. They led past here, north deeper. The way a man leads you past the trap so you'll relax before it. And here at the end of the longest, coldest, most careful trail any of us has ever cut, in a room kept warm for nobody, sits the one treasure on this side of the wall that a man with the old blood in him could not possibly walk away from." He swallowed. "I'm not saying don't take it. I'm saying somebody wanted it taken. And when a thing that's been patient for 8,000 years finally gives you what you want, the asking price comes after." The ice ticked, and then it did not tick. The pulse John had been pretending not to hear, the slow talk of the cooling house, stopped between one beat and the next, the way a heart stops, the way a held breath ends not in an exhalation but in a decision. The blue dark down the fissure behind Ed, the well into which the torchlight had drowned, changed. John could not have said how. It grew no brighter and no darker. It grew aware. The deep blue of the old ice took on, very faintly, the deep blue of a dead woman's borrowed eyes, and the warmth in the chamber drew back from the walls like a tide going out, and the crack in the floor dimmed, its orange fire guttering, as though the cold reaching up the fissure had reached down through the world and put its hand over the earth's own heart. "Out," John said. He took the egg. He did not decide to. His hand was already on it, and his other arm came up, and he lifted the thing out of its bed of ancient ash. And it was heavy, heavier than its size, the weight of a sleeping hound, and it was warm against his chest where everything else in the world was not. And the moment it left the nest, the chamber filled with a sound. It came up the fissure from the deep blue, and it was the sound the ice made when it cracked in the spring thaw, magnified, made deliberate, a long splintering scree of fracture that had words inside it, or the place where words would be if cold could speak, and it was answered from the trees above by another, and another, until the whole glacier seemed to be clearing its throat. "Up," Dywin said, shoving the boy he no longer was toward the mouth of the chamber. Up, the horses go. They went up the fissure faster than they had come down it, slipping on the blue glass, the torch streaming, John with the egg clutched to his chest under his cloak like a man carrying a wound. The warm draft was gone. The fissure breathed the grave now, the honest cold, and the cold was full of voices. Behind and below and to either side the ice spoke its splintering tongue, and John did not look back, because Ed was right that the asking price came after, and John had no wish to see its face before he had to. They came out into a night that should not have fallen so fast. The fire Hal and Wick had built was guttering low, and the two of them stood with their backs to it and their steel drawn, and the trees around the camp had filled with a pale mist that had not been there, a mist that did not drift but stood, waist-high, lapping at the boles of the pines like floodwater that had decided not to flow. "They came out of the ground," Wick said. His voice had gone high and would not come down. "We didn't see them walk. They were just standing. The dead from the wildling camp had come up the slope. The woman was among them. She had set the child down somewhere and risen. and she walked now with her milk-blue arms hanging and her star-blue eyes fixed, and the frost crawling up the corner where the brown had been, eating the last of the brown as Jon watched. And behind her came the others, a dozen, 2 dozen, the slow, patient tide of them coming up out of the standing mist with no haste at all, because haste was for things that could die, and they had already done the only dying they would ever do. Ghost hit the first of them like a white avalanche and took its arm off at the shoulder, and the arm crawled. "Fire," Jon said. "Only fire. Steel won't keep them down." Hal, the torches, into the fire, all of them now. He had the egg in one arm and Longclaw was somehow in his other hand, the Valyrian steel a gray ripple in the firelight, and he did not remember drawing it any more than he remembered taking off his glove. A wight that had been a boy came at him through the mist, frost on its lashes, mouth open on a soundless cold, and Jon took its head off with a stroke he had practiced 10,000 times in the yard against living men who had the decency to fall when struck. The thing did not fall. It groped for him without its head, and Ghost took it down and tore, and still it groped. "You can't kill what's already dead, lad." Tywin had a brand in his fist, and he swung it like a man fighting bees, and where the flame touched the dead they flinched, they burned, the cold flesh catching with a greasy reluctance, and then all at once. "Burn them or get clear, there's too many, there's always too many." They got clear. It cost them. It cost them Harry Hal, who went afire the tents to make a wall of flame between the camp and the slope and got too far from the others, and the standing mist closed over him, and his scream was very short. It cost them Wick Whittlestick, who did not run when Jon roared at him to run, but stood instead over Hal's place, swinging a torch and weeping, and calling the dead the names of men he had known, until a wight that wore Black Jack Bulwer's ruined face took the torch out of the boy's hand, and the cold took the rest of him. Jon went back for him. Tywin and Ed dragged Jon onto his garron with the egg still clutched against his chest, and the 3 of them rode south through the burning camp with the dead at the garron's heels and Ghost a white fury at the rear. And the last thing Jon saw of the clearing was the fire he and his living had made running through the dead they had failed to save. And beyond the fire, at the tree line, on the glacier's lip, where the weirwood wept its red, a shape. It stood where the ice met the trees, and it watched them go. It was the shape of a man, and it was nothing like a man. Tall, thin, armored in something that was not armor but the body's own substance, ice grown into the shape of plate and spur, and it carried a blade of the same, a sliver of frozen lightning a yard long, and it did not raise the blade and it did not pursue. It watched. Its eyes were the blue of the dead woman's and brighter, 2 stars of cold burning in a face like a frost-cracked mask, and when Jon's eyes met them across the fire and the running dead, the thing inclined its head. A small motion, a courtesy. The way a player bows when the other player has made an opening move worth the bow. Then the trees took it, and the dead fell back from the fire, and the night closed behind the 3 riders, and they ran. They ran until the garrons could not run, and then they walked the beasts, and then near dawn they let them rest in a hollow with a fire built high, and no one slept, and no one spoke for a long while. Tywin had a cut down his cheek where a frozen hand had raked him, and he had packed it with snow, and the snow had gone pink and frozen there, a little garden of red ice on an old man's face, and Jon thought of the weirwood and looked away. 2 boys, Tywin said at last. The wooden teeth made the words clumsy, and the clumsiness was worse than weeping would have been. "Hal I've ranged with 20 year. Wick I'd not have trusted to find his own arse with both hands, but he didn't run. He didn't run, lad. He stood for a man he'd known a fortnight." "I know it," Jon said. "For that." Tywin's eyes went to the bundle in Jon's lap. He did not say for stone, because they both knew now it was not stone. He did not say for a thing in a song. He looked at the black egg with its red veins, and the firelight moved on it, And far down under the shell the red woke and breathed and dimmed, in time with nothing, in time with the dead voice of the ice. And the old forester took off his cap again, without knowing he had done it. "What is it, Jon? What did we carry out of that place? What's worth Hal and the boy?" Jon had the egg in his lap and his bare hand on it, and the warmth came off it into his palm, steady, indifferent, a heartbeat that owed him nothing and offered him everything, and the slow thing that had opened an eye in his chest lay now fully awake behind his ribs, and looked out through his eyes at the fire and found the fire wanting, too small, a child's idea of warmth, and waited with a patience that frightened him because it was not his. He should give it to the Meister. He should give it to the old bear's heirs, to the council, to wiser men, to anyone. Because Ed was right that something had wanted it taken and the price came after, and he had already paid 2 of the price's names. He knew all this. He looked into the fire and he heard himself answer the only honest answer he had, which was the answer the warmth gave him through his palm, the answer the standing dead had not been able to stop, and the watching thing on the glacier's lip had bowed to acknowledge. "I don't know what it is," Jon said, "but I think it's been waiting a long time for somebody to be fool enough to come and get it, and I think the dead have been keeping it warm so they'd know the day it woke." He closed his hand around the curve of the shell, and the red ran toward his palm under the black, and the cold in the trees beyond the firelight leaned a little closer to listen. "And I think they wanted us to find Black Jack so we'd find this, which means they wanted me to carry it south. Then we leave it," Dywin said. "We leave it here and we ride and we never." Jon did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The eye behind his ribs had decided, and he found he agreed with it, which was its own kind of dread. They wanted it carried south because they think they understand what it is and what it'll do, the way they understood Black Jack, the way they walked a dead woman up a hill to draw us in. They've been patient 8,000 years and they don't make mistakes. He looked up from the fire, and Ed and Dywin both went still at whatever was in his face, because Jon could feel it there and could not have named it and so did not. "So we carry it south, and we find out what they're wrong about." The fire cracked. Far off north, the ice answered, one long splintering note that rolled down out of the dark and over the hollow and away, and the warmth of the egg beat once against Jon's palm, slow, patient, awake, and did not flinch. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Bastard's fire castle black received the egg the way a poor house receives a rich corpse, with greed it was ashamed of and fear it would not name. They came in at dawn after 4 days' hard riding, 3 men where 5 had gone out, the Garans foundering, ghost gaunt as a winter wolf in a song. Word ran ahead of them up the King's Road and through the gate, and along the wall walks before Jon had got down from the saddle, because Dywin could keep a secret about as well as a sieve keeps soup. And by the time Jon carried his bundle across the muddy yard, there were 40 men in black standing in the cold to watch a bastard bring a thing out of legend home. Bowen Marsh met him on the steps of the Lord Commander's tower with his round red face, arranged into the expression of a man doing sums he did not like the answer to. The old pomegranate was Castle Black's steward, and its conscience and its worry made flesh, and he worried now with his whole body. "You went out to find Bulwer," Marsh said. "You've come back with 2 men dead and His eyes went to the bundle and he could not make himself finish because the only word available was a word out of the songs and a grown man did not say it in a muddy yard at dawn. "You've come back with that." "Black Jack's dead," Jon said. "All 6. The dead walked them home to lead us north. Hal and Wick are dead. I'll write the names tonight." He shifted the bundle against his chest, and the cloak fell open an inch, and the firelight of the torches found the black shell, and the red beneath it woke and ran, and 40 men who had been muttering went silent all at once, a silence Jon felt on his skin. And yes, that. It can't stay here. Marsh had got hold of the practical, which was the only handhold a man like Marsh had on a cliff like this one. Do you know what it is? Do you know what men have done for less? Half the lords of the realm would burn the wall to the ground to own it, and the other half would burn us for keeping it. We are sworn to take no part. We hold the realms of men. We don't keep dragons' eggs in the cellar like a winter's salt pork. Then we'll ask the Meister what to do with it, Jon said, before we decide what we can't do. Where is he? Where do you think? Marsh's mouth thinned. He felt it before you reached the gate. He's an old blind man, and he sat straight up in his chair and said the cold word for it in a tongue none of us know, and he hasn't stopped trembling since. I'd be glad if you'd go and settle him. I'd be glad of one thing today I could call settled. Meister Eamon was 102 years old and had been blind for a decade, and when Jon came into the warm fug of the rookery with its smell of ravens and tallow and old paper, the old man was on his feet. He should not have been on his feet. He stood gripping the back of his chair with both ancient hands, his blind eyes turned unerringly toward the bundle, his thin chest going fast under his robes, and when Jon stopped in the doorway, Eamon's whole face moved the way the surface of water moves when something rises under it. "Bring it here," the Meister said. "Bring it to me. Let an old fool be sure before he weeps, for there is no greater liar than a hopeful man, and I have been hopeful for 90 years. Jon crossed the room and knelt and laid the egg in the old man's lap, and Eamon's hands came down on the shell slow and trembling, the way a man lays his hands on the face of someone he had thought dead, and the Meister made a sound Jon had no wish to ever hear again, a dry small sound torn out of a place under speech. "Warm," Eamon whispered. His fingers moved over the veins, reading them the way he read his letters, by feel, by long acquaintance with a thing he had only ever touched in books. "Oh. It is warm. Egg, I have held the painted ones, the dead stones in the vaults of the Red Keep when I was a boy with eyes, and they were cold as the truth and twice as heavy, and men told me dragons were a thing that had ended, that the world had grown too small and too tame for them, and I believed it. I believed it for 90 years, and you are warm." He lifted his blind face to Jon. "Where? Tell me where. Tell me everything and leave nothing out for kindness, for I am too old for kindness and too near the end to be spared." Jon told him. The empty forest, the camp of the seated dead, the warm breath out of the ice, the chamber kept ready, the nest of black stone and the vein of fire under the world, the egg waiting on its bed of ash, the voices in the ice when he lifted it, the thing on the glacier's lip that had bowed. Eamon listened with his hands on the shell, and when Jon was done, the old man sat a long while in silence, and the ravens muttered in their cages, and at last he said a strange thing. "They kept it warm," the Meister said, "so they would know the hour it hatched. You have the right of it, you and your forester. The dead are patient, and they do not waste their patience. 8,000 years, Jon, and they tended a fire thing in the heart of their own cold winter, the one thing in all the world made to be their bane, and they did not destroy it. Ask yourself why a clever enemy keeps the weapon that can kill him within reach of his own hand for an age of the world. Because," Jon said slowly, working it the way he worked a problem in the practice yard, taking it apart to see how it killed you, "they couldn't destroy it, or because they meant for it to be found, or both. They couldn't unmake it, so they put it where it could only be found by someone they could watch, and waited to see whose hand woke it, so they'd know their enemy by name before he knew himself." The old man's mouth curved. It was not a smile. It was the expression of a teacher whose pupil has cut himself on the blade the lesson was sharpened to. "You have your father's wit," Eamon said, very quietly, "whoever your father was." Jon let that pass. He had been letting that sort of thing pass his whole life, and the practice was so old it no longer cost him anything, or so he told himself. Samwell Tarley arrived at the rookery within the hour with his arms full of books and his face the gray of a man who has run up a tower's worth of steps and is paying for it, and he set the books down on the Meister's table and started talking before he had got his breath. "I've been reading," Sam said. "I know, I'm always reading, but listen, Because I think it matters, and I think it matters soon. Every account of a hatching we have, and there aren't many, the Citadel doesn't like to keep them because they don't like to admit it was ever possible. Every account says the same three things. He held up fingers, a habit he had when he was certain, and Sam was rarely certain, so Jon listened. Fire, death, and blood, not just any blood. The histories say blood of the dragon, the old Valyrian line, the dragon lords. A tame egg doesn't wake for a cookfire and a chicken. It wakes for a death, a great one, and it wakes in flame, and it wakes for the right blood. And if any of the three is missing, you get a cracked stone and a dead clutch and a house that's beggared itself for nothing. That's why they stopped. That's why dragons ended. Not because the world grew small. Because the blood thinned and the deaths got cheaper, and men forgot you have to pay. You have a gift, Tarly, Eamon murmured, for saying the true thing nakedly in a warm room. The Citadel will never forgive it. He turned his blind face toward the heat of the egg in his lap. He is right, Jon. I have read those same accounts with eyes that worked, 60 years gone, and dismissed them as the lies that grow on a dead thing the way moss grows on a stone. Fire, death, blood of the dragon. His thin hand pressed flat against the warm shell. 3 keys. And the dead have given you the egg and stand ready in the north to provide the death. 2 keys in their gift, and they have given both. Which leaves only the third, the blood. The room was quiet. Sam looked at Jon. Eamon's blind eyes were turned toward Jon, which they had no business being and were anyway. Outside the narrow window, the wind off the wall said its single endless word. "Why are you both looking at me?" Jon said. "No one is looking at anyone," Eamon said gently. "I am blind. Bring the egg down to the armory cellar where it is dry and cold and no man goes, and set a guard you trust, and let us none of us say a foolish thing tonight that we cannot unsay tomorrow. The dead have waited 8,000 years. Surely we can wait until morning to ruin ourselves." The council met that evening in the common hall, and the council was larger than it should have been, because the wall no longer belonged to the Watch alone. King Stannis Baratheon had come to Castle Black at the head of a beaten but living host, had broken Mance Raider's wildlings against the foot of the ice, and taken the king beyond the wall in chains. And a king did not lend his swords to a cause, and then leave the room when the cause produced a dragon. He sat at the high table where no king had sat before, gaunt and grinding, his jaw working on words he had not yet decided to spend, and the firelight made hollows of his face. At his shoulder stood the Red Woman, Melisandre of Asshai, and she had not taken her eyes from Jon since he entered, and her eyes were the wrong red for a fire, and the right red for the thing the egg had been. "I will be plain," Stannis said, "because I have no gift for the other thing. There is a dragon at the wall. I have spent my treasure and my men holding this wall for a realm that spat on me, and I have done it because the Maester's letters and my own eyes tell me the true war is north of it. A dragon is a weapon in that war. It is also a weapon in the other war, the one for the Iron Throne that is mine by every law gods and men have written. I would be a fool to pretend I do not see both, and I am many things the singers will say, but I am not a fool. The dragon is not a sword in the armory, your grace," Jon said. "It chose. I didn't choose it, and you can't, and neither can the Watch. It came out of the fire and it climbed my arm, and I'd no more give it to another man than I'd give him my hand off my wrist." "Then you are the weapon," Stannis said, "and the question is only whose hand the weapon sits in." His pale eyes did not blink enough. "You are Eddard Stark's son. Ned Stark died for keeping faith with the wrong people at the wrong hour, and the realm called it honor and let him die for it. I am offering you the chance to keep faith with the right people. Bend the knee. Take Winterfell, which I will give you, for I mean to give the North a Stark again, whatever the bastardy on your name. Fly my banner, and we will burn the dead together and the living after, and there will be a song in it for you that does not end on a block." The hall had gone very quiet. Bowen Marsh's round face had gone the gray of cold porridge, because Marsh could see the cliff opening under the watch's feet. A brother offered a lordship and a war. A brother who could no longer be a brother if he took it. A neutrality 8,000 years old made suddenly worth less than a single warm egg. "I'm a man of the night's watch," Jon said. "I said the words. I'll say them to you if it please your grace, since you have a fondness for the law. Now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall live and die at my post. No crown on my head, no lord's seat under me, no king's banner over me. I'll burn the dead, your grace. That much is the watch's own work, and I'll do it gladly. But I'll not burn the living for any man's throne, and I'll not take Winterfell from a king's hand to do it, because a dragon given for a castle is a dragon sold, and I have seen what the cold pays for things, and I'll not be bought cheaper than the dead tried to buy me." Stannis looked at him a long moment, and something moved behind the king's grinding patience that might in another man have been respect, and in Stannis was closer to arithmetic. "You refuse a king," he said, "to keep faith with a vow that forbids you the very thing the dragon makes you. That is either the most honest thing I have heard in this castle or the most foolish, and I have not yet decided which, and I warn you that I am rarely on the side of fools." "Neither am I, your grace," Jon said. "Which is why I keep the vow. A man who will break one oath for a dragon will break the next for a kingdom, and then there is no telling what he'll burn." It was Melisandre who broke the silence after that, and she did not speak to Stannis. She came around the table and stopped before Jon, close, and the dragon on his shoulders lifted its head and watched her with its molten eye, and she watched it back without fear, which no one else in the hall had managed. "I have looked for you in the flames for years," the Red Woman said, low, for him and not the hall. "I saw a man at the wall with a dragon's shadow on him, and I did not understand it, for the dragon was dead and the world was ice. Azor Ahai reborn, the prophecy names him, the prince that was promised, who draws a burning sword against the dark and ends the long night. I came north for a king, and I think now the king was the wrong fire." Her red eyes held his. "Your blood does not lie to me even when your face does. There is salt and smoke in you, Jon Snow, and a dragon woke to your blood when no living blood in the world should have woken it, and I do not think you are a bastard at all, whatever was written. I think you are the lie that someone honorable told to keep you alive." The dragon hissed, a small forged sound, and the heat of it washed over Jon's jaw, and Aemon at the low table lifted his blind face but said nothing, and Jon understood that the old man had heard the Red Woman name aloud the thing he had only let himself hint, and that there would be no putting it back in the dark now. Too many in the realm wanted the dragon. Now too many would want the blood, and the blood was his. "I don't know what I am," Jon told the Red Woman, which was the truest thing he had, except a sworn brother with a dragon and 2 dead boys to write letters for. "Let me bury my dead and feed my dragon, and you can read the rest in your fire. I'll be here. I have nowhere I am allowed to go." The council broke without breaking the thing it had meant to break, which was Jon, and the officers went out into the cold trading the look men trade when they have all seen the same cliff, and none of them will say its name. And Jon carried his dragon down to the warm cell where Aemon had said to keep the egg that was a shell now and a memory, and he sat in the dark with the dragon's heat against his chest and the night thickening at the window, and he did not sleep. Because the thing that does not sleep had come south with him, and it had not finished its arithmetic. They could not wait until morning, as it turned out. Morning did not extend them the courtesy. It came in the deep of the night, the hour the watch called the wolf's hour, when the fires burn low and the sentries on the wall stamp and curse, and the world is at its coldest and least defended. Jon woke because Ghost woke, the wolf surging up off the floor of his cell with his hackles, a white ridge, and a sound in his throat Jon had heard exactly once before, in a warm forest chamber when the ice changed its blue. Then the screaming started in the tower below. Jon was down the stairs with Longclaw in his fist, and his boots unlaced before his mind had finished waking, which was a thing the body learned at the wall or did not survive to learn. The screaming came from the armory level, where they had laid the egg, where Black Jack Bulwer's corpse had also been laid, because Jon had brought one body home out of the snow to bury it with rites and a name, the body of a man who had led 6 others to their deaths and deserved at least a grave. Black Jack Bulwer was standing up. He stood in the cellar with the egg's dim red light on him, and he was dead. He had been 4 days dead and frozen through, and his eyes were the star blue of the woman on the hill, and his hands had already found the throat of the brother set to guard the door. The brother was a boy named Totter that the others called Toad, and Toad was not screaming any more by the time Jon reached the cellar. The screaming Jon had heard was Toad's, and it had stopped, and the new screaming was the brother who had come down the other stair and found what the cellar held. Steel would not stop it. Jon knew that the way he knew his own name now, knew it in his arms before his mind caught up, and he did not waste the first stroke on the body. He cut the hands from the dead man's wrists, both of them, Valyrian steel through frozen flesh and bone like a knife through suet, and the hands fell and let go of Toad's ruined throat and kept moving on the floor, crawling, the fingers walking like pale spiders toward the warmth of living men. The white that had been Black Jack came on without its hands, and its mouth opened, and the cold poured out of it, a breath that frosted Jon's lashes and stole the strength from his sword arm, and behind the white the brazier the guards kept for warmth burned low and red in its iron cage. Fire. Only fire. Jon had said it himself in the snow, and he said it now to the 3 men crowding the stair behind him. The brazier. Get me the brazier. Burn it, burn it. And he gave ground, drawing the dead thing toward the heat, because the cellar was close and the egg was in it, and a man fighting in a cellar fights with the room as much as the blade. It went wrong the way things go wrong, fast and stupid and all at once. The brother who came down with the brazier was the one who had been screaming, and his hands shook, and the iron cage of coals went out of his grip and struck the floor and burst, scattering fire across the dry rushes and the old timber and the oiled racks of spare spears, and the cellar caught. It went up greedy and orange, and the dead thing that had been Black Jack walked into the new fire without slowing, because the dead do not fear what killed them once, and it burned, the cold flesh catching with that greasy reluctance and then all at once, and in the leaping light Jon saw that the egg in its nest of straw was already alight, the dry straw around the black shell burning merrily, and he did the thing that no part of his mind had ordered and every part of his blood demanded. He went into the fire after it. He did not decide to. He was simply doing it, wading through burning rushes with his cloak smoking, Longclaw forgotten in his offhand, reaching barehanded into the flames for the egg the way a man reaches into a river for a drowning child. And his sleeve caught, and the heat was a wall and a hand and a screaming, and the burning timber of a fallen rack came down across his forearm and opened it to the bone. And his blood ran down over his wrist and over his palm and onto the black shell in long ropes that hissed and steamed and did not stop. Fire. The cellar was an inferno. Death. Toad lay dead by the door with his throat torn out, and Black Jack burned, 4 days dead and dying his second death. Blood. Jon's blood ran over the egg, blood of a line he did not know he carried, blood of a father he had been letting men insult for 19 years, and where the blood touched the black shell the red veins beneath it did not brighten now. They opened. The shell did not crack. It unfolded, the black going to 1,000 fault lines all at once. the way a window of black ice unfolds when the spring comes, and the red beneath was not a glow now but a furnace. And out of the furnace came a sound that was the opposite of the splintering ice voice, a sound Jon felt in the marrow of him, a single rising note like a forge bellows and a hunting horn and an infant's first cry all braided into one. And the heat in the cellar that had been a fire became a thing with a will. The dragon came out of the egg into the fire, and the fire did it no harm because the fire was, to the thing now living in it, a warm bath, a mother's breath, the first kind thing the world had offered it in 8,000 years of cold. It was the size of a cat, and the color of the egg black scales already hardening over a body that steamed, red running between the scales like a forge seen through a grate, wings folded wet against its sides, a head no bigger than Jon's fist on a neck like a black serpent, and it lifted that head out of the burning straw and out of the pool of Jon's smoking blood, and it opened eyes the color of the heart of the fire it sat in, molten gold gone almost white, and it looked at Jon Snow. Everything stopped. The fire still burned and the men still screamed and Black Jack still came apart in the flames. But for Jon all of it went distant and small, because the eye that had opened in his chest in a forest chamber 4 days north opened now all the way, and on the other side of it something looked back. He felt the dragon the way he felt his own hand. He felt its hunger, vast and simple. He felt its rage at the cold, ancient and inherited and not its own. And under all of it, he felt a thing he had no name for and so did not feel, a recognition that ran both ways across the new-made bridge between them, the dragon knowing him as he knew the dragon, two halves of a thing the world had broken an age ago, and only now allowed to find the other piece. It climbed his ruined arm. Its claws were needles, and its body was a coal, and it climbed up his bleeding forearm, and over his shoulder, and settled against his neck under his jaw with its wet wings half spread for balance and its long hot neck wound twice around his throat. And it was burning. It should have burned him. The heat of it was the heat of the brazier's coals, and Jon's flesh did not blacken. The blood ran out of his arm and the dragon's heat ran into his skin, and the two of them stood in the burning cellar, the bastard of Winterfell and the first dragon hatched in the world in 150 years, and the dragon cried its forged horn cry again at the low ceiling, and the cold thing that had crawled the floor as severed hands curled in on itself and went still, because the warmth in the room had become an enemy it remembered. Out! Someone was shouting. The cellar's gone, the whole tower will go, get him out, get the Lord calm, get Jon out. Hands took him, he let them. He went up the stair with his arm a ruin and a dragon at his throat and the cellar burning behind him. And the brothers who hauled him into the cold air of the yard fell back from him, the moment they saw what rode his shoulders, fell back into a ring of staring black-clad men with the firelight on their faces, and no one spoke. Because there was no oath and no rule, and no line in any book that told a man of the Night's Watch what to do when a brother walked out of a fire wearing a dragon like a chain of office. Maester Aemon came through the crowd. They parted for him as they did not part for anyone, the old blind man in his robes with a brother's arm to steady him, and he came to Jon and lifted his face to the heat the way a man lifts his face to the sun, and the dragon turned its molten eyes on the Maester and went still, and Aemon reached up with one trembling ancient hand and laid it not on the dragon but on Jon's cheek. "I am the last," the old man said. His voice cracked down the middle and he let it. "I am the last of my blood and my line, and I have known it for 90 years, and I have wept for it in the dark where no man heard, and I made my peace with being the end of a long song. And now I stand at the wall at the end of my life and a dragon cries in the cold, and it has chosen, and it has not chosen me." His blind eyes were wet and he was past hiding it and past caring. "I felt it, the moment it woke. I felt it on the skin, in the blood, and my blood is your blood, Jon. I have suspected it since the day you came to me, your father's grief and your mother's secret both. and I am too old and too near the dark to pretend otherwise to spare anyone." His hand pressed Jon's cheek. "Fire and death and blood of the dragon, you are the third key. You have been the third key your whole life, and no one told you, and someone in the cold north has known it longer than you have been alive." The dragon's heat beat against Jon's throat, slow and patient in his, and Jon Snow stood in the ring of staring men with the warmth running into him and the truth running into him and his own blood running cold down his arm, and he found there was only one thing in him steady enough to say. "Then they made a mistake," Jon said, "keeping it warm for me. And I mean to charge them for it. Far to the north, beyond the wall, beyond the haunted forest, in the chamber of blue ice where a vein of fire had guttered, the cold listened to a dragon cry for the first time in an age of the world, and it did not flinch, and it did not flee, and it began, with the patience of a thing that had all the winters there would ever be to count." Chapter 2. In Chapter 3. Blood of the dragon grew the way a fire grows when you stop tending it and start feeding it. In the first 10 days it doubled. By the half-moon it was the size of a hound, all wing and want, and it ate the way the wall had never seen anything eat, not as a beast eats but as a furnace eats, taking down a whole sheep's haunch and screaming for the next, and what it could not get in flesh it seemed to draw out of the cold air itself, growing warmer and blacker and surer of itself with every day it spent under the open sky. Jon's burned arm healed faster than the Meister said any arm had a right to, the new skin coming in pink and tender along the line of the wound, and Jon did not say aloud that it had begun healing the hour the dragon first slept against it, because there were enough things he could not explain without adding to the list. "It's looking at the goats again," Dolorous Ed reported, the way another man might report rain. "I want it on the record that I warned everyone about the goats. We've 11 left. We had 19. I've watched a creature out of the songs reduce the watch's livestock by better than half, and do you know what nobody's done? Nobody's thanked me for the warning. That's the night's watch all over. You can be right your whole life and die unthanked with a dragon eating your dinner." "Feed it 2 of the goats," Jon said. "The old ones, before it decides it prefers brothers. There it is. There's the thing I'll lie awake on." Ed squinted up at the creature where it clung to the splintered timber of the king's tower roof, wings half-mantled, watching the yard with the lazy attention of a thing that has never once in its life doubted it would be fed. "Does it prefer brothers, do you think? Is that a real concern, or are you having me on? I can never tell with you. You've got the same face for jokes as for sending men to die." "I'm not having you on," Jon said, and let Ed chew on that because it was true, and because a little fear kept a man careful, and a man who was not careful around the dragon would not be careful long. Not all the watch took it as Ed did, with grumbling and goats. Some took it badly. Jon felt the badness before he could name it, in the way the yard emptied when he crossed it, in the prayers a few of the older brothers muttered over their suppers now. In the morning he found a charred goat's skull set on the step of the king's tower with a circle of black stones around it, a wildling ward against fire things, left there by someone who had been south of the wall his whole life, and learned the ward from a man who had not. Septon Celador, Stannis' drunk, had taken to preaching that the dragon was a demon and Jon its summoner, and a knot of men had begun to listen, because a frightened man would rather have a demon he could blame than a war he could not win. Jon knew their names. He marked them the way he marked weak ice, not to avoid forever but to know where not to put his weight. "You should hang the one who left the skull," Bowen Marsh said, who had his own reasons for wanting the dragon gone and was honest enough to set them aside in favor of order. "Discipline's all that holds this place together, and a man who leaves wards on your step today cuts your throat in your sleep tomorrow. I've seen the watch eat itself before. It starts smaller than this." "I'm not hanging a man for being afraid of a dragon," Jon said. "Half of you are afraid of the dragon. The other half are lying. Fear's not a crime. Hang a man for the fear and you teach the rest to hide it, and hidden fear is the kind that puts a knife in you. Let them leave their skulls. Let them mutter. As long as they're muttering, I know where they are. He believed that. He was also, he knew, putting off the harder thing, which was that he could feel the badness growing and did not know how to make it shrink, because the thing they feared was real and sleeping on the king's tower roof, and there was no speech that unmade a fact. He had thought in the first days that the danger of the dragon was the obvious one: teeth, fire, the simple arithmetic of a predator in a yard full of food. He had been wrong about where the danger lived. The danger lived in the bond. When the dragon was content, Jon was content, and he could not always find the seam where the one feeling ended and the other began. When it was hungry, he was restless, prowling the wall walks at hours he had no business prowling them, hungry himself for things he had no name for. When it slept, his dreams went strange. He flew in them. He flew over a white world from a height that turned men to ticks and castles to toys, and he saw the world the way the dragon's blood remembered seeing it, not as a place to be defended foot by foot, but as a thing to be crossed in an afternoon. And he woke from those dreams with his pulse slow, and his hands cold, and a terrible largeness in him that took an hour to wear off. A man could lose himself in that. A man could start to think the small concerns of small men beneath him. Jon had watched the dragon look at the brothers in the yard, and he had felt, for half a breath, the dragon's opinion of them bleed into his own, and the dragon's opinion was that they were warm and slow and made of meat. He had gone and helped Hob haul water after that until his hands were his own again. "It is the oldest danger there is," Meister Eamon said when Jon told him. "Older than the doom, older than Valyria. The dragon does not make a man cruel, Jon. The dragon makes a man large, and most men are not built to be large. They mistake the size of the dragon for the size of their own right to act, and they burn a city to settle a quarrel, and they call it justice because a small man's justice and a large man's whim wear the same face from the saddle." His blind eyes found Jon across the rookery's warm dark. The Targaryens married brother to sister for 300 years to keep the blood pure for the dragons, and do you know what they bred as often as not? Not strength. Madness. A coin flipped at every birth, the singers say, and they are wrong only in the number. It is not one coin. It is 100 small coins flipped every hour you sit a dragon's back, and each one is the choice between being a man with a dragon and being a dragon wearing a man. He folded his ancient hands. "You ask me how to ride it without losing yourself. I will give you the only answer I have. Keep something small that you love, and do small things for it with your own 2 hands every day, no matter how high you have flown. The dragon will tell you those things are beneath you. The dragon will be wrong, and the day you believe it is the day you are lost." So Jon kept ghost. He had always kept ghost, but now he made a discipline of it, the thing Eamon had prescribed. And every evening before he climbed to the dragon, he sat on the floor of his cell and worked the burrs out of the direwolf's coat with his fingers and his own 2 hands, the cold white wolf that was ice to the dragon's fire, silent where the dragon screamed, patient where the dragon wanted. Ghost suffered the grooming with a dignity that bordered on contempt. The dragon, denning above, sent down its opinion that a man who had ridden the sky had better things to do than comb a dog, and Jon answered the dragon in the place behind his ribs where the bond lived, that the man would decide what was beneath him, and not the dragon, and that this was the one argument between them he did not intend to lose. The dragon subsided. It did not agree. It would never agree. But it learned that on this one subject Jon would not be moved, and a thing that learns where you will not be moved has learned the shape of you, and a shape is the beginning of a leash. Eamon taught him in the evenings in the warm rookery, with the dragon coiled steaming on the hearthstones and the ravens gone quiet and resentful in their cages, because the dragon's presence made them stupid with fear. The old man taught the way he did everything, by feel and long acquaintance, telling Jon the histories not as a Meister recites them, but as a man tells the story of his own family, which they were. There were 3 heads on the banner, Eamon said. Black, with a 3-headed dragon red. People think it heraldry. It is memory. Aegon the Conqueror did not take Westeros with 1 dragon. He took it with 3, himself and his sisters, Balerion and Vhagar and Meraxes, and the old prophecy your red woman loves so well says the same in a different tongue. The prince that was promised will have 3 heads. Azor Ahai will not stand alone, whatever the songs would have you believe, for the songs love a lone hero, and the world has never once produced one. Even Aegon needed his sisters. Even the long night was not ended by a single sword, whatever the singers say of the last hero. It was ended by an alliance no song remembers because the song wanted a man and the truth was a war. I have 1 dragon, Jon said, not 3, and I'm sworn to a watch that takes no part, and the only allies on offer want me to burn a kingdom for them. So tell me, Meister, what use is a prophecy that needs 2 heads I haven't got, and an army I'm forbidden to raise? None at all, Eamon said placidly. Prophecy is a poor sword and a worse crutch. I have lived 102 years and watched prophecy ruin more men than wine. I tell you of the 3 heads not so you will go looking for them like a fool in a song, but so that on the day you are tempted to believe you can do it alone, you will remember that the last man who ended a long night did not, and that the banner of the only house that ever rode dragons to victory has 3 heads on it and not 1. Remember that, and you may yet be useful. Forget it, and the dragon will tell you that you are enough by yourself, and the dragon on that one subject lies. The dragon lifted its head off the hearthstones and looked at the old man, and Eamon, blind, turned toward it, and for a moment the 2 of them regarded one another, the last Targaryen with eyes and the first dragon hatched in a century, neither able to truly see the other, both somehow aware. It needs a name, Eamon said. A thing with a name is a thing a man can call back to himself when it strays. Have you got one? Jon had not. He had refused to choose one the way he refused most things that made the dragon more his, and so made him less the man he had sworn to be. He looked at the creature on the hearth, black scales drinking the firelight, the red running between them like a forge seen through a grate, and he thought of the dream he kept having, the flight over the white world, and the single sound that lived at the bottom of that dream under the wind, a sound the dragon's blood made that was almost a word. Valix, he said. He had not known he would say it until it was said. I don't know where it comes from. It's in the dreams. It's the sound it makes before the fire comes. Eamon went still. Say it again. Valix. It is close to a true word, the old man said softly. Vizos, the old tongue, the light that comes after the longest dark, the first son of spring that the dragon lord swore would come no matter how deep the winter. The dragons knew their own names in Valyria. The writers did not give them so much as guess them, and the good writers guessed right. His mouth curved, and this time it was nearly a smile. Valix, you guessed right. The dawn thing. Gods help us all, you have named your dragon for the end of the long night before the long night has properly begun. I would call that arrogance in another man. In you I think it may only be true. So the dragon had a name, and the naming did the thing Jon had feared it would do, which was bind him tighter, because a thing with a name is a thing you cannot give away, and he had known that, and he had named it anyway. The eye in his chest approved. He distrusted that he could no longer tell whether the approval was his. Samwell Tarly cornered him the next morning with a different sort of weapon, which was a question. How do you mean to kill them? Sam said. He had 3 books open on the long table and a 4th held against his chest like a shield, and his round face was set in the rare expression that came over it when he had read his way past his own fear into something colder and more useful. The dead. I've watched you train the brothers, fire arrows and pitch and oil, and that's well and good for whites. Fire takes a white the way it takes a torch. But the whites aren't the enemy, Jon. They're the arrows. The others are the bowmen, the white walkers, the cold ones that make the whites and command them, and fire does not take them. I know because I killed one. He said it flatly, a fact he had carried a long way. Beyond the wall, a walker had me dead to rights, and I had nothing but a dagger I'd found. A black glass dagger, dragonglass, the kind the maps say the children of the forest carried, and I put it in its neck, and it came apart like ice on a frozen pond struck with a hammer. Shattered. Gone, not burned. Shattered. Dragonglass kills them. And so does Valyrian steel, which is dragonglass and fire and spells folded together 1,000 times, which is the steel in that sword on your hip. Jon set Longclaw on the table between them, the dark gray ripple of it catching the rushlight. Dragonglass and Valyrian steel for the walkers, he said, working it. Fire for the risen dead, and a dragon is fire, the most fire there has ever been in one place since the Doom. So a dragon ends the whites faster than any army could cut them, and Longclaw ends the walkers one at a time, and somewhere at the top of it there's the one I saw on the glacier, the one the Meister thinks raises the rest. The Night's King, the wildlings call him, Sam said. Or the cold made flesh, or a dozen names. The histories I trust least and fear most say he was made, Jon, that the children of the forest made the first of the others to fight the first men, drove a sliver of dragonglass into a man's heart and made a thing of cold to be their weapon, and the weapon turned in their hand the way weapons do, and they could not unmake it, and it has been the winter ever since. He closed the book he held against his chest. If that's true, then think what it means. He was made with the one thing that kills his kind, dragonglass, fire's cold cousin. And there's only one thing in the world hotter than dragonglass is cold. His eyes went to the creature steaming on the hearthstones. I'm only a craven who reads, but it seems to me a weapon made of cold might be unmade by enough heat if a man could get close enough to spend it. And there's exactly one of you who can get close enough. That's the whole shape of it. I've read 400 years of histories, and it comes down to one man, one sword, and one dragon, getting close enough to a made thing to unmake it. You make it sound simple, Jon said. It's the opposite of simple, said Sam. It's just small. The biggest things usually are at the end. I find that more frightening, not less. Don't you? Jon did. He did not say so, because Sam already knew. And because the dragon on the hearth had lifted its head at the word close, and sent up the bond its bottomless willingness to be close to anything at all. And Jon had learned to distrust the dragon's enthusiasms most exactly when they agreed with his fears. Valix flew with him for the first time on a gray morning, with snow promised in the iron of the sky. It had been flying alone for days. Short, furious circuits of the castle that scattered the ravens and emptied the yard, and it had grown to the size of a small horse, neck and tail doubling its length again. And that morning when Jon came out onto the top of the wall, it landed before him on the ice with its wings still wide and lowered its shoulder. And the meaning came across the bond with no words in it, only the largeness, the cold air going thin and bright with the dragon's certainty. Now, Jon looked down 700 feet of ice to the haunted forest and the killing cold, and he thought of every way a man could die astride a thing that did not care whether he lived. And then he climbed onto its back between the ridges of its spine, because the alternative was to stand on the wall and be a man who had a dragon and feared it, and that man was no use to anyone. It went off the edge of the wall without warning. There was no run, no gather, no mercy. It simply dropped, folding its wings and pouring off the lip of the ice into 700 feet of empty air. And the world fell out from under Jon's stomach, and the wind tried to peel him off its back, and he locked his legs against the ridges of its spine and his hands into the warm gaps between the scales of its neck. And somewhere under the terror, threaded all through it, was the dragon's joy, vast and simple and not his. flooding up the bond until he could not have said whose throat the cry came from when the wings snapped open and caught the air, and the fall became flight. The cold up there was a different country. It tore the breath out of him and froze the water in his eyes. And below him the haunted forest unrolled white and endless to a horizon that curved, that actually curved, the edge of the world bending away into mist. And Jon Snow saw what the dragon's blood remembered, and what no Lord Commander before him had ever seen. The land beyond the wall not as a place men ranged into a few hard miles at a time, but whole, vast, a white country with the dark threads of frozen rivers and the gray smudges of dead villages, and far to the north where the white went blue, a stillness that the eye slid off of, a region of the map where the cold lived and was at home. He banked the dragon toward it without meaning to, and the dragon obliged, hungry to go. And Jon made himself turn it back, because a man on his first flight does not fly into the country of the enemy to satisfy a hunger that is not his own. They flew the length of the wall instead, east toward the gray sea and back, and Jon learned the dragon under him the way he had learned a horse and a sword and everything else that had ever kept him alive by use, by failure, by the body teaching the body. He learned that it banked into the high hand and not the low, that it climbed when he leaned back and the cold thinned to nothing in his lungs, that the fire when it came was not breath so much as decided, a thing that started in the dragon's chest and that Jon could feel building the way you feel a sneeze build, and that he could, by leaning into the decision, hurry it, and by leaning away, hold it. By the time Valix came back over Castle Black, the yard below was full of upturned faces, black dots in the snow, the whole of the watch and the whole of Stannis' host standing in the cold to watch a man ride a dragon along the top of the world. And when Valix dropped onto the wall and Jon slid down from its back on legs that did not want to hold him, he found he was laughing, which he had not done in some time, and which cost him nothing for once. The laughing stopped that night. Melisandre came to him after the others slept, in the warm chamber where Valix now denned, and she did not ask leave and Jon did not give it, and she knelt by the brazier she had asked be kept burning, and fed it something from a pouch at her belt that made the flames go up tall and white and strain. "You flew today," she said. "The whole wall watched a god learn to walk. I watched the fire instead, because the fire shows me what the wall cannot, and I have something to show you if you have the stomach for it, and I think you have learned to have the stomach for most things." Her red eyes lifted to his across the white flame. "You keep asking what you are fighting. I have grown tired of telling you in words you can argue with. Look." Jon should not have looked. A man did not look into a red priestess's fire on her invitation any more than he laid his hand on a strange egg in a chamber kept warm by his enemies, and he had learned where that particular caution had got him. He looked. The white flame opened. He saw the north, the true north, the country the eye slides off, and it was not still. It was moving. It was moving the way a glacier moves, which is to say it did not seem to move at all until you understood the scale. And then you understood that the whole white land was walking south, that what he had taken for the texture of snow on a hillside was a host, that the gray smudges he had thought were dead villages were not dead at all but waiting, and that there were so many of them, so many, rank on rank fading back into the blue distance past counting, past the capacity of the mind to hold. An ocean of the dead with a far shore no living eye had ever seen. And riding before the ocean, on a horse that had been dead so long it was more frost than flesh, came a figure crowned in nothing, armored in its own cold, bearing a spear of ice the blue of a dead star, and where it passed the snow remembered it and the wind fell silent, and it did not hurry and it did not need to, because it had all the winters there would ever be and the living had only the one short summer. And as Jon watched, the figure turned its crownless head, across all those miles, across the fire, and looked at him, It looked at him the way it had looked at him from the glacier's lip when it bowed. It knew him. It had always known him. It had kept his egg warm. Jon came out of the fire on his hands and knees on the cold stone with the taste of iron in his mouth. And Valix had come up off its haunches with its wings half spread and its throat working, a low furnace roar building in it, the heat in the little chamber climbing until the brazier looked pale. And Jon put a hand on the dragon's hot flank, and the roar subsided to a rumble he felt through his palm and through the floor. "How long?" he said. His voice came out rough. "How long until they reach the wall?" "The fire does not keep a calendar," Melisandre said. "Seasons. A year, perhaps 2. The dead do not march in straight lines, and they do not march at all in the thaw. But they are coming, Jon Snow. They have always been coming, and everything that has happened in your short life and in the long lives of every king squabbling over a chair of swords has happened in the shadow of that march, and none of them know it, and you have seen it now, and you cannot unsee it." She rose, and the white flame fell back to ordinary orange behind her. "You asked me once what you were. I will tell you what you are tonight, having seen what I have shown you. You are the only fire in the world that walked out of an egg the dead kept warm. They made you, in a way. They tended the thing that hatched you because they thought they understood what it was for, the way a man might keep a wolf pup thinking to make a hound of it. Show them they were wrong, the way you said you would. That is the whole of the prophecy, stripped of the singing. There is a great dark coming, and you are the light that is supposed to come after it, and the only question that has ever mattered is whether you will be enough." She left him there. Valix settled its long neck across his knees, heavy and hot, and Jon sat with his back to the warm stone and his hand on the dragon's jaw and looked at the brazier's honest little fire, and he thought about the ocean of the dead and the far shore no eye had seen, and he did the arithmetic Eamon had taught him to do, the taking apart of a thing to see how it killed you. One dragon. He had seen the host. He had seen the way the figure raised the slain, the way the gray smudges waited to be called. Every man the dead killed became a man the dead fielded. It was not a war you could win by killing, because killing fed the enemy. Burning was different. Burning unmade them, took them off the board for good, and he had one creature in all the world that could burn them faster than steel could ever cut. But one creature against an ocean, Eamon's 3 heads, the last hero's forgotten alliance. The dragon will tell you that you are enough by yourself, and the dragon on that one subject lies. The dragon on that one subject was telling him so now, the largeness rising in him warm and certain. We are enough. We will cross it in an afternoon. We will burn the white country to mud. And Jon held the warm jaw in his 2 hands and made himself remember the seated dead in the wildling camp, the woman with the brown going out of her eye, the patience of the thing that had kept his egg warm for 8,000 years and would not be hurried by a single dragon's hunger. "No," he said to the dragon and to himself, "not enough, not yet, but closer than they think and getting closer every day, and they've made their last mistake already and don't know it." He stood, and his legs held him this time, and he went to the slit of window where the cold came in off the wall, and he looked north into the dark toward the country that walked. "They kept you warm so they'd know their bane the day it woke. Well, it's woke, and it knows them now too." Behind him the dragon's heat filled the little room, and outside the dark held its ocean and its crownless king. And somewhere below an old blind man lay awake doing the same arithmetic and reaching, with 102 years of practice, the same hard answer. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4. The watch divided a dragon does not make a man's choices simpler. It makes them larger, which is a different thing and worse. Stannis Baratheon understood this before Jon did, and used it. The king had wintered his host at the wall and could not feed it there much longer, and the king meant to march on Winterfell, where Roose Bolton sat in Ned Stark's seat with his bastards' flayed banners flying over the walls, and the king had decided that the dragon would come with him. I am not asking you to burn the living for my throne, Stannis said. They stood on the wall walk above the gate, the king and the brother, with the wind off the ice making a third party to every conversation. You threw that at me once and it was a fair throw, so I have changed the question. I am asking you to help me take the one castle in the north strong enough to shelter the realm when the dead come over this wall. Winterfell, your father's house, held now by the man who put a knife in your brother Robb at a wedding and laughed. You want a place to gather the living. There is no other place. The Dreadfort is a slaughter pen and White Harbor is a port the dead will reach by the frozen sea. Winterfell or nothing. And Bolton will not open his gates to a song. He will open them to a dragon or he will burn behind them. Either suits me. It was a good argument. Jon hated that it was a good argument. He had spent his life learning to tell a true thing from a thing that merely served the speaker, and the worst of all things was the one that was both, and Stannis specialized in those. If I burn Bolton out of Winterfell with a dragon, Jon said, then every lord in the Seven Kingdoms learns the same lesson on the same day, which is that the dragon takes castles. They'll stop fearing the dead and start fearing me, and they'll be right to, because a weapon that can crack Winterfell can crack King's Landing, and there is no king in the world who sleeps easy next to that. You'd win the North and lose the realm's faith in the same hour, and then when the dead come I'll be holding the wall with a dragon and a continent of men who'd rather see me dead than helped. The dead don't need to beat us, Your Grace. They only need us too busy beating each other. And nothing in the world would make us busier than me on a dragon over Winterfell. Stannis was quiet a moment, his jaw working. You think too far ahead for a man your age, he said. It is your one virtue, and it will probably get you killed. I will take Winterfell with steel then, and my own men's blood, and a great many of them will die who would have lived if you had been less wise. I want you to know that. I want you to carry it since you are so fond of carrying things. He turned to go and stopped. When the dead come, Snow, and they will, you will wish the North had a strong hand at Winterfell and not a flayed one. Remember that you chose the Lord's good opinion over a living wall at your back. I hope it keeps you warm. It will not keep them warm, the ones who die for the choice. He went down the steps, ramrod and bitter and not entirely wrong, and Jon stood with the wind and the weight. And below him in the yard the dragon lifted its head and looked north, always north, indifferent to the petty arithmetic of kings. The free folk came to the wall the same week, and they did not come as enemies, which broke something in the watch that the dragon had only cracked. Tormund Giantsbane came under a peace banner that was a dead man's cloak on a spear, with 60 of his folk behind him and 1,000 more a day's march back. And he stood in the yard at Castle Black with his red beard frozen white at the tips and looked up at the dragon on the king's tower roof for a long while before he said anything at all. Well, he said finally to Jon, loud enough for the whole yard. Mance said you crows had grown soft and useless and there was no fight left south of the ice worth crossing it for. Mance was wrong then. Mance was wrong about a lot of things, which is how he ended up in a cage. He spat. You've got a dragon, Jon Snow, a dragon. I've watched 8,000 of my people die this winter, and I have eaten things I'll not name to a man whose stomach I respect. And in all of it I never once thought I'd live to see a crow with a dragon. The free folk have a song about a man who burned the dark. We thought it was a lie to frighten children. Is it a lie? I don't know what it is yet, Jon said. I know the dark is real because I've seen it walking, and I know it's coming for everyone on both sides of this wall, and I know your people will be dead and serving it before mine are if they stay north. So I'll make you the offer no Lord Commander before me has made and most of my brothers will hate me for. Come south, all of you, through the wall, through the gate, onto the gift, with land to work and a wall at your back, not as prisoners, as men, Because every free folk soul the dead get is one more soldier in their army, and I would rather have your spears at my side than your corpses at my throat. The yard had gone the particular silence of men who have heard a thing they cannot unhear. Bowen Marsh's face had gone past porridge to chalk. And Tormund Giantsbane, king beyond the wall in all but the cage Mance wore, looked at the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch for a long, long moment. And then he laughed, a huge, raw northern laugh that scattered the silence. "You're either the bravest crow that ever lived or the maddest," Tormund said, "and I've never been able to tell the two apart, which is why I like both. I will come south and will bleed for you, fireman, because I've seen what's behind us, and I'd sooner die fighting under a dragon than freeze waiting for it to find me. But you'll have a fight on your hands closer than the dead." He nodded up at the wall walk, where Marsh and a knot of black brothers stood watching, their hands too near their hilts. "Your own. They've got the look of men who'd rather lose the war than win it with the wrong people. I know that look. I've worn it. It's how Mance ended up in a cage." Val came with the free folk, and she was not what the songs of wildling women had led Jon to expect, which was a thing he had stopped trusting the songs about anyway. She was fair-haired and gray-eyed and held herself like a woman who had buried people and dug the graves herself, and she found Jon on the wall that night, where he had gone to be where the others were not. "They call me a princess, your crows," she said. "Mance's good sister, the wildling princess, a prize to be married off to bind the free folk to some Southron lordling. It's a stupid word, and I'd thank you not to use it." She looked north, where Jon was looking, into the dark the dead were crossing. "I came up here to see the man who'd give my people land instead of graves, and decide for myself whether he meant it or whether it was a lord's kindness, the kind that turns to chains by spring." "I mean it," Jon said. "I know, that's the trouble with you." She studied him without softness. "A man who means his kindnesses is more dangerous than one who doesn't, because people follow him, and then he spends them, because meaning it doesn't stop you spending people, it only makes them go gladly." Her gray eyes went to the dragon, denned and steaming below. "You'll spend us, not from cruelty, from need. The dead are real, and you've got the only fire that answers them, and you'll burn yourself and everyone who loves you down to the wick before you let them win, and the worst of it is you'll be right too. I came to tell you I see it. The others don't yet. They think the dragon makes you safe. I think the dragon makes you a candle, and candles don't get to choose how fast they burn." She turned to go, then paused, and something in her hardness shifted, not to warmth but toward it. "Burn slow, fireman. For what it's worth, from a wildling woman with no crown. The realm needs you lit a long time, not bright once." She left him on the wall with that, and he found he could not put it down and did not try. The thing Tormund had named came 3 nights later in the common hall, and it came wearing the face of order. Bowen Marsh laid it out plain, because Marsh was an honest man, and that made him more dangerous than a liar, not less. "You mean to open the gate to the wildlings," he said. 4,000 of them. The same wildlings who have raided and raped and murdered along this wall for 8,000 years, who killed Lord Commander Mormont's rangers, who would have poured over the ice and burned the north to the roots if Stannies hadn't broken them. You mean to give them the gift, arm them, and call them brothers. And you mean to do it with a dragon at your back, so that any man who says no to you is saying no to the only fire that can kill the dead. That's not a Lord Commander making a hard choice, Jon. That's a king making a decree. We didn't elect a king. We're sworn against kings. The whole point of the Black is that we have none." "You're not wrong about any of it," Jon said, and watched that land, because Marsh had braced for argument and not for agreement. "Every word true. The free folk are our ancient enemy. I am using the dragon to make my choices weigh more than they should. And the Watch is sworn to have no king and take no part. I know it. I've turned it over every night I've had since I flew. And here's where I land, and you can call it treason if you like, because words are cheap and the dead are coming whatever we call things. The night's watch was raised to guard the realms of men against the dead. The realms of men. Not the realm of the South, not the Lord's realm, not the realm of the people we happen to like. Men. The free folk are men. They die and they rise and they swell the enemy's host exactly like our brothers do. Everyone we let through that gate is a sword for the living, and one the dead don't get. We've spent 8,000 years thinking the wall was to keep the wildlings out. It was never about the wildlings. It was about the cold. And the cold doesn't care which side of the gate a corpse was on when it died. And when they cut our throats in our sleep, said the hard-handed ranger they called Giant for the joke of his size, the one who had left a goat's skull warded with black stones on Jon's step. When they take the gift and decide they'd like the wall too. You'll fly off on your dragon and leave us to it, fire and all. If they betray us, I'll burn them myself, Jon said, and let the flatness of it sit in the hall because it was true, and the truth of it was its own kind of horror. I'd burn anyone who broke faith and opened a door to the dead, free folk or brother or king. That's the only law left that matters now. Not crows and wildlings, living and dead. Choose which one you're for and choose tonight because I'm opening that gate at dawn, and I'd rather know now which of you means to stop me. No one moved. That was the trouble with a dragon. It did not let men be brave in the ordinary, useful way, where they could say their piece and lose the vote and live with it. It made every disagreement into a surrender, and a surrender is not the same as agreement, and a man who surrenders is a man who carries the grudge home and feeds it in the dark. Jon saw it on Marsh's chalk face and on Giant's hard one and on a dozen others, and he understood that he had won the hall and lost something he could not name, and that Tormund had been right, and that the fight closest to him was not with the dead at all. The gate opened at dawn. The free folk came through, 4,000 and more, gaunt and frostbitten and silent, carrying their old and their children and their dead gods, and they passed under the wall and onto the gift. And the watch stood the watch in two camps now where there had been one. And the dragon flew slow circles overhead, and the cold north of the ice grew by exactly that many bodies, less rich in things to raise. Jon spent the days that followed turning 4,000 strangers into something the dead could not simply harvest, and the first labor of it was glass. Sam had the cash, the dragon glass the rangers had dug from the fist of the first men, wrapped in oilcloth and hoarded like a meister's last cure, and Jon had Donal Noy's old forge worked night and day turning the black glass into points. Arrowheads, spearheads, daggers for those with no other steel. He stood in the cold of the yard and showed them himself, brother and free folk together, how the obsidian took an edge no steel could match, how it shattered on a shield and was worth nothing in a brawl and everything against a walker, and how the test of a weapon now was not whether it killed a man, but whether it killed a man already dead. You feel a fool, he told them, holding a knife of black glass that'll break if you drop it. I felt a fool too. Then I watched a craven scholar put one in a white walker's throat and watched the walker come apart like a frozen pond struck with a hammer, and I stopped feeling a fool and started feeling lucky. Dragonglass for the cold ones, the walkers, the ones that make the dead. Fire for the dead themselves, the whites, the risen, your kin and mine with the wrong light in their eyes. And the dragon for when there are too many of either to count. Learn the difference. The difference is your life and the life of everyone behind you. A free folk woman with a child on her hip turned a glass dagger over in her raw red hand and asked the question none of the brothers had dared. And the great cold one, she said, the crowned dead, the one in the old songs, the night's king, what kills him? I don't know yet, Jon said, because the truth was the only currency that bought him these people. Maybe the same, maybe more. When I find out, you'll be the first I tell, and you'll likely be standing next to me when I learn it, so sharpen your glass. The raven from Eastwatch came the morning the last of them crossed. Cotter Pike's hand was bad and his words worse, scratched in a haste that left the ink jagged. Hard home. Thousands of free folk trapped on the shore, no boats enough, the dead nearly on them. They are dying. They are dying and standing up. Send help or send fire or send nothing, and let me tell you, you killed them. Pike, John read it twice. Then he read it to Sam and to Eamon in the warm rookery with Valak steaming on the hearthstones. 6,000 souls, the last count said, Sam said quietly. Maybe more, penned against the sea with the dead coming down the shore. If they die there, John, they don't just die. They rise. 6,000 whites, fresh, strong, all in one place, and every one of them another mouth on the army we've already got no answer for. It's not a rescue. It's arithmetic. 6,000 for the living, or 6,000 for the dead, and the only thing in the world fast enough to tip it is asleep on that hearth. It's a trap, Bowen Marsh said from the doorway. He had not been asked, and he had come anyway, which was its own kind of courage. You know it's a trap. They've watched you the whole time. They led you to the egg. They'll lead you to Hardhome, and they'll be waiting, all of them, the way they were waiting at the camp where Black Jack died. They want the dragon north of the wall in the cold, where their numbers are, where one good freeze can ground you. Don't go. Hold the wall. Let Hardhome fall and grieve it, but hold the wall, because the wall is 8,000 years of dead men's work, and you'd throw it away to save 6,000 who'll be dead anyway. It was the cold answer, and it was not a coward's. John turned it over, the taking apart, and found the iron in it, and found also the thing it left out, which was the only thing that finally mattered. You're right that it's a trap, John said. You're right that they want the dragon north. You're right that Hardhome may fall whatever I do. And you're wrong about the only thing that counts, which is the arithmetic. 6,000 living is 6,000 spears for the war we have to win. 6,000 dead is 6,000 spears against us, plus the lesson to every free folk soul still north that the firemen let them die. I can lose 6,000 swords or gain them, and the cost of gaining them is one flight into a trap I already know is a trap, which means I go in knowing, which means it's not the same trap at all. He looked at Marsh, and he did not soften it, because Marsh deserved the truth and not the kindness. Eamon told me a dragon makes a man large, and most men aren't built for it. Here's the test, then. A careful man holds the wall and counts his 8,000 years, and lets 6,000 living souls rise into the dark because saving them is dangerous. Tell me that's not what you're asking. Tell me the cold answer isn't just the coward's answer wearing a Meister's chain. Marsh's face worked. He was no coward, and the charge cut him, and he was honest enough to feel the place where John was right and proud enough to hate it. It's my duty to give you the careful counsel, he said stiffly. It's yours to ignore it, as ever. It is, John said more gently. And I'll likely die of ignoring it one day, and you'll have been right, and it won't matter because the dead don't care who was right. Hold the wall while I'm gone, Bowen. I mean that as the honor it is. If I don't come back, hold it anyway. That's the watch. That's the whole of it. Hold the realms of men. Before he flew, he went down to the cells where Mance Raider waited in his cage, because Stannies had taken the king beyond the wall alive and not yet decided how to spend him, and there was no living man who knew the free folk in the deep north better. Mance was thinner than the songs, and his eyes were quick, and he listened to the whole of it, Hardhome, the dead, the trap, before he spoke. You're going to fly into the cold to save my people, he said. After my people spent a generation trying to climb your wall and cut your throat, you understand they'll not love you for it. They don't love a thing that saves them. They respect a thing that fights beside them. There's a difference, and Southron men die of not knowing it. He gripped the bars. When you get to Hardhome, don't speak to them like a lord granting mercy. Speak to them like a man offering a fight. Tell them the dragon's hungry and there's a long winter of the dead to feed it, and ask who's man enough to ride south and watch it eat. They'll come for that. They'll never come for pity. His quick eyes went strange. "And Jon Snow, the thing that leads the dead. I've felt it out there, on the cold nights, the way you feel a wolf in the dark before you see it. It's older than my crown and yours both. It's not a beast and it's not a man, and it's been patient since before there were songs to forget it in. Whatever the Red Woman's told you, it knows you're coming. It's wanted you to come north since the day your fire hatched. Mind that the open door's the trap and walk through it anyway, because the alternative is letting it pick the ground, and the dead have had 8,000 years to pick this ground. At least make the bastards do it twice." Jon thanked him, which surprised them both, and climbed back up into the light. Eamon was waiting in the rookery, and the old man had gone grayer in the weeks since the hatching, his hands less sure, his breath a thing he had to spend attention on. He held Jon's hand in both of his and turned his blind face up. "You go north for the living," Eamon said. "It is the right thing and it is a trap, and both are true as the truest things are. I will not tell you to be careful. A dragon and care have never shared a saddle." His thin fingers tightened. "I will tell you the thing I told you before, that you will be tempted to forget the moment the fire is in your blood and the dead are in your sights. You are not enough alone. No one ever has been. 3 heads, Jon. The last hero's forgotten war. When the dragon tells you it can do this by itself, it lies, and it lies most sweetly at the hour you most want to believe it. Come back and tell me I was an old fool to worry. I should like to be a fool one more time before the end. I have not got many ends left to spend it on." "You'll be a fool by spring," Jon said, which was as close to tenderness as the two of them had ever managed, and which they both heard for what it was. Tormund met him in the yard with Val a pace behind, and they had heard, because everyone had heard, the way news runs through a castle ahead of its bearer. "Hard home," Tormund said. "My people. Half my people, the ones I couldn't bring. The ships out of Eastwatch are already standing off the shore. Cotter Pike's salt crows, but the boats can't take 1/10 of them before the dead come over the ridge. You're the difference. You and the fire." He looked up at the dragon, and his frozen beard split on something that was not quite a grin. "Burn them good, fireman. Burn them for every one of mine they've already taken. I'll come behind on the ships and put a free man's voice between your fire and my frightened people, so they run to the boats and not into the sea, and then bring my people home." Val said nothing. She looked at Jon, and Jon looked at her, and the thing she had named on the wall passed between them without a word, the candle and how fast it burned, and then she nodded once, the nod of a woman releasing a man to a thing she could not stop and would not insult by trying. Jon climbed to the top of the wall in the gray morning with the cold coming up off the sea of trees, and Valix came to him across the ice, grown now to the length of a long haul, its wings throwing shadows that swallowed men whole, and it lowered its shoulder, and the largeness rose in him north, north, at last, north. And for once Jon did not pull against it, because for once the dragon's hunger and his duty pointed the same hard way. He climbed onto its back between the spines, and below him the watch stood in its 2 camps, and the free folk stood on the gift, and the king stood grinding in his tower, all of them watching, and the dragon poured off the edge of the world into the killing air, and turned its black head north. They flew the long way, over the haunted forest and out past the ranges where no ranging had ever returned, and the country changed under them as they went. The green-black of the pines gave way to the gray of dead stands, and the gray gave way to white, and the white to a blue that the eye could not hold for long. Jon watched the ground, for the marksmans had taught the rangers to read, and found them, and wished he had not. A frozen river crossed by a road of trampled snow too wide for any living host. A village with its roofs caved and no smoke and no dead, because the dead did not stay where they fell up here. They rose and walked on. And once, far below, a long dark smear moving south against the white, slow, patient, uncountable, that Valix wanted to stoop on and burn, and that Jon turned away from. Because that smear was not the army at Hardhome, and a dragon that spent itself on the first dead it saw would have nothing left for the 6,000 living it had come to save. He flew on with the cold climbing into his bones and the screaming shore somewhere ahead under the lowering sky, toward the trap that was waiting, toward 6,000 souls who did not yet know whether the fireman was a song or a lie. The wall fell away behind. The white country closed around. And somewhere on its far blue edge, the cold felt the dragon come north over the ice at last, into the country of its numbers, and it stopped counting, and it began, with the patience of a thing that had laid this snare for an age of the world to close. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The Screaming Shore. Hardhome was screaming before Jon could see it, the sound carrying up off the shore on the cold air the way smoke carries, thinning as it climbed, so that he flew into it gradually, a thread of it and then a rope, and then the whole ugly fabric of 6,000 voices that knew what was coming for them. The ruin sat in a black notch of the coast where the haunted forest came down to a gray and grinding sea. Once it had been the largest village the free folk ever built, before the fire that gave it its name, and the bones of that old greatness still stood, the broken stone of longhouses and the black throats of the caves above the beach where the people sheltered. They were all there now, all of them more than any count, packed onto the strand between the cliffs and the water, a press of bodies so dense it moved like one animal, and out past the breakers the dark shapes of Cotter Pike's ships rode at anchor with their longboats crawling between hull and shore. And the longboats were full, and the shore was not emptying, because for every soul a longboat took, the strand birthed 10 more out of the caves, and above them all on the high ground where the forest met the ruin. The trees had begun to come apart. That was the thing Jon's eye could not at first make sense of, and then made sense of all at once. The tree line was not a tree line. It was moving. It came down off the ridge in a gray flood that took the eye a moment to scale, and once the eye scaled it the mind refused it because there were too many, rank behind rank fading back into the white under the trees, the dead of every winter the North had ever swallowed, walking down toward the living on the shore with no haste and no sound and no end. Below him the screaming changed. They had seen the dragon. 6,000 faces turned up toward Valix the way a field of flowers turns toward the sun, and Jon felt the largeness in him answer their terror with a contempt that was the dragon's and not his, and he put his hand flat on the hot scale of its neck and pushed the contempt back down where it lived, because these were the people he had come to save, and they would not be saved by a thing that despised them. He brought Valix down on the high stone of the ruin between the living and the dead, and the dragons landing through a wind that flattened tents and scattered cookfares and sent up a roar of fear from the strand. And Jon stood up on its back where every soul could see him, and he did the thing Mance had told him to do, which was not to offer them pity. "Free folk," he shouted, and the dragon lent its throat to his, a furnace rumble under the words that carried where no man's voice could. "I am Jon Snow. I have a dragon and a long winter of dead men to feed it, and I have come a long cold way to ask which of you is brave enough to live. The boats will take the old and the children and the wounded. The rest of you who can hold a spear, you hold this ground with me while they go, and you watch the fire eat, and then you walk south to land and a wall at your back and a fight worth the having. The dead want you for their army. I want you for mine. Choose." It worked the way Mance had said it would. They did not weep and they did not kneel. A roar went up off the strand, ragged and furious and alive, spears lifted, and the press of bodies that had been an animal of fear became, raggedly, unevenly in pockets and then in waves, an animal of war. The old and the young flooded toward the boats. The fighters, and there were thousands, turned to face the ridge. A spearwife found him before the dead did. She came up the broken stone with gray in her braid, and a child's reaching hands fixed white-knuckled in her collar, a girl of perhaps 5 with frost in her eyelashes, and a stillness that frightened Jon more than any scream. And the woman put the child up toward him on the dragon's back as though Jon were a god, and not a frozen brother who had failed 2,000 people he had not yet met. "Take her," the spearwife said. "I'll hold the line, I've held lines, but she's small and the boats are full and you're high and you're fast. Take her south. Her name's Munda, tell her I held." He took the child, he could do that much. He swung the girl up across the saddle in front of him and felt how light she was, lighter than the egg had been, and the dragon's heat reached the frost on her lashes and melted it to water that ran down her white cheeks like the tears she was too cold to weep. And the spearwife turned without another word and went down into the line with her spear, and Jon never learned whether she held, because by the time he looked again the line was gone and so was she, and there was only the harvest. That was the word for it. Not battle, harvest. The dead did not charge, and the not charging was the first horror. A living host charges screaming, because living men need the scream and the run to carry them into the place where they might die. The dead needed nothing. They came on at a walk, the same walk, all of them, a flood of corpses at the pace of a tired man going home, and the very evenness of it was worse than any charge, because a charge can break and a tide cannot. They came down off the ridge and over the broken stone and into the free folk lines, and where they met, the killing was not a battle. It was a reaping, slow and total, and the free folk fought the way the free folk fought, with fury and skill and no quarter, and it did not matter, because you cannot frighten a dead thing and you cannot tire it and you cannot make it bleed enough to fall. Jon got the child to the nearest boat with a word to the salt crow at the tiller. "Her name's Munda. She's mine now, guard her." And then he took Valix up and brought it down the length of the dead's front, and the dragon breathed. The fire was not a color. That was the thing no one ever told. The thing Jon had felt building in the dragon's chest on the flight, and never truly seen unleashed until now. It came out white at the root and gold along its length and red at its dying edges, and it did not flicker the way a hearth fire flickered, it poured. A river of the sun lay down along the ground, and where it touched the dead they did not burn the way the white in the cellar had burned, with that greasy reluctance. They went. A white caught in the heart of the dragon's fire was simply not there a heartbeat later, gone to ash and the memory of ash, and the snow under them flashed to steam in a wall of white that rolled out and out, and the cold that the dead carried with them, the killing cold that frosted a man's lungs, met the dragon's fire and lost, and for 100 yards along the line the dead ceased to exist. The free folk cheered. Jon did not. He had already seen the thing that mattered, which was that the ash filled in. He brought the dragon around for a second pass, and the gap his first had burned was closing, the dead behind walking forward over the ash of the dead in front with that same tired evenness, filling the line the way water fills a footprint, and he understood the arithmetic of it in his gut where Sam had only ever shown him in his head. He could burn 100. He could burn 1,000. He could burn until the dragon's fire guttered and his own blood ran cold with the spending of it, and the dead would walk forward over their own ash and there would be more, always more, the far shore no eye had seen feeding the near one forever. Fire did not win this. Fire only bought time, and time was the one thing the living were spending to load the boats. So he stopped trying to win and started trying to buy. He laid the fire not into the mass of the dead, where it was wasted, but across the ground between the dead and the living, a burning wall, a line of the sun laid down on the snow that the dead would not cross because the dead remembered fire the way a burned child remembers a hearth. It held them, not forever, because the ones behind pushed the ones in front, and a white shoved into the flames by the press of its own host went through it burning to die among the living. But it held them enough. It slowed the tide to a seep, and behind the burning wall the free folk peeled back toward the boats by the hundreds and the thousands, and Jon flew the length of his firewall, feeding it where it thinned. A man with a torch the size of a god holding a door against the dark. The White Walkers came down off the ridge to break his wall, because the whites could be held by fire, but the walkers were another order of thing. He saw the first of them as a stillness in the moving flood, a place where the gray tide parted around a figure that walked upright and unhurried, armored in its own pale substance, carrying a blade of ice. It came to the firewall, and it did not flinch from the heat, and it raised its blade, and where the blade swept down the fire died. Jon saw it with his own eyes, and his mind would not hold it. A sword of ice passed through a wall of dragon fire, and the fire went out along the stroke, hissing, beaten. A yard-wide breach opened in the burning door by a thing that carried winter the way the dragon carried summer. The dead poured through the breach. Jon brought Valix down on the walker. There was no finesse in it. He simply folded the dragon's wings and dropped, the way it had taught him to drop off the wall, and at the bottom of the drop the dragon's jaws closed on the White Walker and its blade, and the patch of ground it stood on, and Valix's fire went down its own throat into the thing it had bitten, fire from the inside, and the walker did not burn and did not shatter. It simply boiled, the cold of it fighting the heat of a dragon's gullet, and losing in a gout of steam that scalded the dead for 30 feet around. And when Valix lifted its head, there was nothing in its jaws but melt water and the memory of a blade. Dragon fire, close enough and hot enough and spent without stint, could unmake even the cold ones. Jon set that knowledge in the place where he kept the things that might keep him alive, and his blood ran a degree colder than the cold around him, because he had also just learned what it cost. The dragon shuddered under him. That one walker, unmade from the inside, had taken something out of Valix that 1,000 burned whites had not, some reserve below the fire, and Jon felt the dragon's vast strength register the price the way a man registers the first true wound in a long fight, with surprise that it can be hurt at all. There were more walkers. He counted 6 along the line before he stopped counting, and behind the 6, on the high stone of the ridge where the forest broke, sat the 7th thing, the one that did not come down. It sat a dead horse at the top of the world, and it watched. Jon knew it across all that distance the way he had known it across the fire in Melisandre's brazier, the way he had known it across the burning camp where Black Jack died. The crownless king. The patience made flesh. It did not lift a blade, and it did not raise a hand to the walkers below, who needed no commanding, and it watched the dragon burn its army and unmake its lieutenant with the air of a man watching a clever animal perform a trick he had set it, neither pleased nor troubled, only attentive, only counting. And then, as the free folk broke and ran for the boats and the dead flooded after them, and the strand became a killing ground, the Night King raised its arms. It did the thing Jon had seen in the fire, and not believed. It lifted both arms slow and wide, a gesture with no haste in it and no effort, the gesture of a man stretching after a long sit, and every free folk soul that had died on the strand that hour, everyone cut down by the dead, everyone drowned in the press or trampled at the boats or killed by the cold, sat up. They opened their eyes, and the eyes were the star blue of the woman on the hill, and they rose with the frost crawling up the corners of them, hundreds of them, the very people Jon had come to save, made over in a moment from the living he was losing into the dead he was fighting. He saw the spearwife among them. He could not have said how, in all that ruin, his eye found the gray braid, but it found it. And the woman who had held a line so that a child named Munda could fly south was on her feet again with the wrong light in her eyes, walking toward the boat she had bought with her death, walking to drag down the living she had died to save. Jon made a sound that was not a word. The dragon made it with him. And the arithmetic he had understood in his head became a thing happening on the ground in front of him, because the enemy's army was the living's dead. And the more the living died, the larger the enemy grew, and a battle was a transfer, a slow pouring of bodies from one column of a ledger to the other. And the Night King did not need to win the battle. It needed only to be present while the living lost. So Jon stopped fighting the dead and started saving the living, hard, fast, without grace, because every soul he got onto a boat alive was a soul that did not sit up. He flew the dragon low over the strand, so low its wing wind knocked the dead off their feet in rows, and he burned a corridor through the chaos from the caves to the water, a lane of fire down both sides that the dead could not cross. And into that lane he funneled the living. And Tormund understood in an instant what he was doing and threw his roaring weight into it, driving the free folk down the burning corridor toward the boats, his great voice cutting through the panic where Jon's fire could not. Down the lane, you stubborn bastards, the fire's a friend. Run between the fires and lie. And Cotter Pike's salt crows pulled at their oars until the wood groaned and the longboats rode low and dangerous in the gray swells, overloaded, swamping, going out and coming back for more. Jon held the corridor. He held it with the dragon's body, and the dragon's fire and the dragon's terror. And the cost of holding it climbed in him with every pass, Valix's strength bleeding out into the cold the way his own blood had bled onto the egg, the fire coming a heartbeat slower each time he called it, the dragon's heat against his legs cooling by a degree that should not have been possible, because the killing cold of all those walkers and all that dead weight was a sea, and even a dragon is a coal. And a coal dropped in a sea goes out. A walker broke into the corridor, and Jon took Longclaw to it from the dragon's back, leaning down out of the saddle as Valix swept past, and the Valyrian steel met the ice blade and did not break where any other steel would have shattered, and the shock of it ran up his arm to the shoulder, and on the backswing he opened the walker from collarbone to hip, and it came apart like a window in a storm, the way Sam had promised, blue shards spinning away into the snow. And the wights it had been driving collapsed where they stood, suddenly only corpses, because the thing that walked them was gone. Kill the walker and its wights fall. Jon set that beside the other knowledge. The dead were not one army. They were a tree, and the wights were the leaves, and a leaf was nothing. But the walkers were branches, and the branches answered to one root on a dead horse at the top of the ridge. And a man who spent his whole life cutting leaves would die in a forest, while a man who could reach the root would fell the whole of it at a stroke. The dragon faltered. It was the cold. Jon felt it go through Valix like a hand closing. The accumulated winter of 10,000 dead and 7 walkers and 1 patient king. The air itself thickening with frost. Ice forming on the dragon's wing leather in the half-second between beats. And Valix dropped 20 feet before it caught itself. And the catch was ragged. And the fire, when Jon called it, came out gold instead of white, cooler, weaker. A fire that had to be hauled up from somewhere deep instead of spilling free. He understood that he had been wrong about the trap. The trap was not that the dead would be waiting. The trap was the cold itself. They had wanted the dragon north for exactly this, for the long cold spending of it, because a dragon in the heart of their winter was a candle in a gale, and they had all the gale there would ever be. Enough, Jon said to the dragon and to himself, and it was the hardest word he had ever spoken, because below him the strand still held living people, and the boats had not taken half of them. Enough. We've spent what we can spend. We die here or we save who's saved. He turned Valix out toward the sea over the last of the loaded boats, and the dragon's relief at leaving the cold flooded up the bond and shamed him. And behind him the corridor of fire he could no longer feed began to die, and the dead flooded into the gap, and the screaming on the strand rose to a pitch that he would hear for the rest of his life, however long or short the dead chose to make it. He looked back once. He should not have. The strand was a churn of the dead and the dying, and the Night King had come down off the ridge at last, walking through its army the way a lord walks through his hall, unhurried, untouched, the dead parting before it, and it stopped at the water line where the fire had been, and it looked out across the gray swells at the dragon carrying the living away, and it raised one hand, not in threat, in farewell, the same courtesy it had shown him on the glacier's lip, the bow, the acknowledgment of a worthy opening move. It had let him come, it had let him save some, it had taken its tax in the rest, in the hundreds who sat up, in the strength bled out of the dragon, in the lesson it had taught him on the shore that no Meister's book could have taught. That the war could not be won with fire, only delayed, and that every battle the living fought made the dead stronger, and that the only road to the end of it ran through one figure on a dead horse who would not come down off his ridge to be burned, who had all the patience in the world, who had kept Jon's egg warm for 8,000 years precisely, so that on this shore, on this day, he could show the fire thing exactly how small its fire was against the sea of the dark. Jon flew south with the boats below him riding low and full, and Hardhome burned behind them, the free folk fire merging with the dragon's dying fire into one orange smear on the black coast, and the dead walked into the surf after the boats and sank and kept walking on the sea floor and did not come up, because the dead did not breathe, and the dead did not stop. And somewhere under the gray water they were walking south even now along the bottom of the world. He had saved, he learned later, near 4,000. He had come for 6. He had lost 2,000 living, and given the enemy most of them back as soldiers. And he had unmade 2 walkers and 10,000 whites, and bought a single afternoon's retreat. And the dragon under him flew slower than it had ever flown, hoarding a heat that had nearly gone out in the cold. And Jon Snow rode it home over the white country with the worst knowledge a man can carry, which is the true size of the thing he has sworn to beat. The dragon told him, all the long flight south, in the place behind his ribs where the bond lived, that they were enough, that next time they would burn deeper, fly lower, spend more, that one more push would do it. And Jon, for once since the egg, did not believe the dragon and made himself not believe it, and held the disbelief like a coal of his own against the cold, because Eamon had been right, and the dragon lied most sweetly at the hour you most wanted to believe it, and the hour after a defeat is the hour the lie tastes most like hope. Tormund's ship beat them home, and when Jon brought the spent dragon down on the top of the wall in the last gray light, the free folk who had crossed before and the free folk newly saved both stood in the snow of the gift below and looked up at him, and they did not cheer, because Mance had been right about that too. They had seen what he was, a thing that fought beside them, a thing that had spent itself white in the cold for strangers and brought 4,000 of them out of a grave. They lifted their spears in the free folk way, silent, and Jon stood on the cooling back of his dragon and lifted Longclaw in answer. The child Munda was at Castle Black when he came down, wrapped in 3 cloaks too big for her by the rookery fire alive, and she would not speak and would not weep and only watched the door, watching for a gray braid that was not going to come through it. And Jon knelt in front of her with his own legs barely holding him, and said the only true thing he had, which was, she held. Your mother held the line, and the line bought the boats, and the boats brought you here. She held. The child looked at him with eyes that were the right color, brown, alive, and did not answer. And Jon understood that he had bought this one life at the cost of the woman who made it, and that the ledger of the war was going to be written in exactly this currency from now until the end. A child for a mother, a saved soul for a risen one, and that he was the clerk of it now, and the clerk did not get to put down the pen. Val came and stood in the doorway and watched him kneel before the child, and she did not say, I told you so, though she had told him so on the wall the night before he flew. She had named him a candle and named the burning, and she had been right in every particular, and the rightness gave her no pleasure that Jon could see. She crossed the room and crouched beside Munda and spoke to the girl low in the old tongue, words Jon did not have, and the child turned from the door to the woman, which was the first thing the child had turned toward since the boats. Over the girl's head Val's gray eyes found Jon's, and the look in them said, "This is the cost, not the dying but the living you keep, the ones you have to look at after, the ones you have to build a world for." And Jon, who had flown north a savior and come home a clerk of an unbearable ledger, met the look and did not look away, because looking away was the one luxury the war had already taken from him. Eamon found him there, brought on a brother's arm, and the old man could not see the child or the dragon or the gesture the free folk had made, and nonetheless he turned his blind face toward all of it and wept openly without shame, for the 4,000 saved and the 2,000 lost, and the brother he had warned who had come home at last knowing the true weight of the thing he carried. "I told you that you were not enough alone," Eamon said, his ancient hand finding Jon's shoulder. "I did not say it to wound you. I said it because the dead will tell you the opposite every hour from now until the world ends, and on the day you believe them, the world will." His grip tightened. "You bought time today, Jon, not victory, time. It is the only thing fire ever buys against the cold. So I will ask you the only question that is left, the one your whole life has been bending toward, whether you knew it or not. When the time you bought runs out and the dead come over this wall and the realm has to be saved by something other than a candle in a gale, what will you have made of the time? Because that, and not the dragon and not the blood, is the thing that ends a long night, not the fire. What the fire buys you the chance to build." Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Truth in the Flames. The truth came to Jon the way the worst truths come, which is too late to change anything, and just in time to break him open for the next thing. It came in 3 pieces over 3 days, and the first piece was the realm. The ravens did not stop after Hardhome. Word of the dragon had outrun the dragon long ago, and now word of Hardhome chased it, and the letters that came to Castle Black were no longer the letters of men who thought the wall a frozen joke at the edge of the map. They were afraid, and fear in a lord is a thing that hunts for a target. Some begged the dragon for their own walls and their own wars. Some demanded the watch surrender the beast to the Iron Throne, where a boy king's regents reasoned that a weapon out of legend belonged to the legend's heirs and not to a bastard in black. Some, the cleverest and the worst, wrote nothing to Jon at all and everything to each other, and Sam, who read the ravens, came to Jon Grey with what the silences added up to. "They're not going to help," Sam said. "Not in time. They believe the dead now, most of them, but believing and acting are different rooms, and there's a long cold hall between. They'll spend the winter deciding who commands the army that fights the long night, and they'll still be deciding when the long night arrives, because that's what lords do. They'd rather lose the world to the right man than save it under the wrong one." He set the letters down. "Tywin Lannister's dead, and his grandson sits the throne with a council of vipers around him, and they've sent no men and no glass and no coin, only a letter telling you the dragon is crown property, and you're to deliver it to King's Landing at your earliest convenience. There's 100 leagues of war between here and there, and they wrote at your earliest convenience. That's the realm, Jon. That's what's coming to save us." A scrap fell from the stack in a king's hard hand. "Stannis marched this morning for Winterfell. He took his host and his red woman and left you the wall and a blessing he didn't mean. He thinks if he holds the north, he holds the back door, and he's not wrong, and he's going to die doing it, I think, against the Snows and the Boltons both. He left you this. The dragon was always going to be yours and never mine. Use it better than I would have. Hold the door." So the realm would not come. Jon had known it in his gut on the strand at Hardhome, watching the boats fill too slowly, and now he knew it on paper. The living would not unite to save the living. They would have to be saved despite themselves, by whatever and whoever was already standing at the wall when the dark came over it. And what was standing at the wall was a fractured watch, a frightened wildling host, an old blind man, and one dragon that had nearly gone out in the cold. That was the army for the dawn. There would be no other. The second piece came in a dream that was not a dream, and it came from his brother. Jon had stopped pretending the dragon dreams were ordinary the night he named Valix. But this was not a dragon dream. This was older and quieter, and it smelled of the godswood at Winterfell, of moss and cold water and the red sap of the heart tree. And in it Jon stood before a weirwood he had never seen, white as bone, its carved face weeping red. And from the face a voice came that he knew and did not know, a boy's voice grown strange, layered as though 1,000 years spoke through a child's throat. "Jon," the voice said, "it's Bran. I have to show you, because Father can't, because Father's dead, and because the dead are coming and you're carrying the only thing that can answer them and you're carrying it half blind. You have to see. Father kept it from you to keep you alive. I'm telling you because alive isn't enough anymore. You have to see who you are." And the weirwood opened the way Melisandre's fire had opened, and Jon fell through it into the past. He stood in a round tower room in a hot red country he had never been, and there was blood, a great deal of blood and a bed of blood, and a girl in it who was dying and who had his face. Not his coloring. His face, the long stark face, the gray eyes. And Jon understood with the slow horror of a man recognizing his own reflection in a stranger that he was looking at his mother. That this was Lyanna Stark, the aunt the songs called stolen and ravished, and that she was neither stolen nor ravished but spent, emptied out by a birth, and that she was holding a baby wrapped in a bloody cloak and would not let the Meisters take it. A man knelt by the bed, young, with the stark look and a grief that had not yet learned it would last his whole life. And it was Ned, his father, who was not his father. And Lyanna gripped Ned's hand with the last of her strength and pulled him down and put her mouth to his ear. And Jon heard the whisper that had ruled his entire life from the moment before he was born. "His name is Aegon," Lyanna said. "Rhaegar's son and mine, true-born. We were wed, the Septon, it's true, Ned, I swear it on the old gods and the new, Aegon Targaryen. But you can't let them know. Robert will kill him. Robert will smash his head on the wall the way they did the other babe, the real Aegon, Elia's son. Promise me, Ned, call him your bastard. Give him a bastard's name, a base name, a name no king fears. Let them laugh at him and pity him and call him low, and he'll live. Promise me you'll keep him safe. Promise me." And Ned Stark, who would carry the dishonor of a bastard for 16 years rather than break a dying promise, who would let his own wife despise the boy and his own honor be stained, who would die with the secret rather than risk it, said, "I promise," and took the child. And the child was Jon, and the cloak it was wrapped in was a Targaryen cloak, black and red. And on Lyanna's dying face was the dragon and the wolf both, the ice and the fire. And Jon understood at last why an egg the dead had kept warm for 8,000 years had hatched to his blood, and no one else's in all the world. "You're the song made flesh," Bran's layered voice said, gentle, from somewhere outside the blood and the tower. "Ice and fire, Stark and Targaryen, the only one there's ever been. That's why the egg woke for you. That's why the dragon's yours. And there's one more thing you have to see, the thing even Father didn't know, the thing only the trees remember." The tower dissolved, and Jon stood in a forest at the dawn of the world, a forest of weirwoods uncut and uncounted, and the dark shapes of the children of the forest moved among them, and they had a man bound to a weirwood, a first man, a captive of the war between the children and the men who had come with bronze and fire to cut their trees, and a child of the forest, a female thing with golden cat's eyes and skin like bark, pressed a blade of black dragonglass to the bound man's heart and drove it in. And the man's eyes went from brown to the star blue Jon knew, the cold blue of the woman on the hill, of the spearwife on the strand, of every dead thing that had ever looked at him. And the children sang as they did it, sang the cold into him, made a weapon of him, a thing to stop the bronze and the fire of men. They made him, Bran said, to save themselves. And he turned in their hand, the way every weapon turns, the way your dragon will turn in yours the day you let it. They made a thing of cold to fight men, and it decided to end men. All men, children too, every warm thing, and it has been winter ever since, and they could not unmake it. So they hid in their caves and the world forgot them. The vision held on the dragonglass blade buried in the cold man's heart, the splinter of black glass that had made the first of the others and could be seen still, even now, even after 8,000 years, a darkness at the center of the cold. That's the root, Jon. That's where the winter started, and that's where it ends. He was made with dragonglass, and he can be unmade with it. Or with the thing dragonglass is the cold shadow of. With fire, if there's enough of it spent close enough, at the heart, the way the children spent the cold at his. The boy's voice frayed, and for a moment it was only a boy's, only Bran's, far away and trying to be brave. Reach the root. Don't waste your fire on the leaves. I love you. Come find me when it's over, if there's an over. I'm under a hill at the edge of the world, and I'm not coming back, not all the way, but I'd like to see you with eyes one more time before the trees take the rest of me. Jon woke with the taste of red sap in his mouth and tears on his face that had frozen to his lashes, and he lay in the dark of his cell with Ghost's weight against his side and the dragon's heat seeping down through the stones from the den above. And he held the three things the vision had given him and turned them over one at a time. His name, his enemy's making, his enemy's death, Aegon Targaryen, a blade of glass in a heart, fire at the root. He was the only person alive who held all three, and he had not asked for any of them, and there was no one he could give them to, and that, he understood, was what it meant to be the realm's shield. Not strength, not the dragon, this, to be the one who knew and could not put the knowing down. He told Sam in the morning most of it, because a man who held knowledge alone made the dead's argument for them, and because Sam was the only person at the wall who loved a true thing more than a comfortable one. Reach the root, Sam repeated, and his hands had begun to move among his books before Jon finished speaking, the old instinct, the craven's courage. The Night King. Kill him and the whole army falls, the way the whites fell when you killed the walker at Hardhome. One root, one stroke. It's the only way the numbers ever work. We can't outburn an ocean, but we don't have to. We have to drown one swimmer. He looked up. But he won't come to you, Jon. You saw it at Hardhome. He sits on the ridge and lets the leaves do the dying and watches you spend yourself. He's patient and you're not, you can't be. You've got a finite dragon and a winter that doesn't end, and he knows it. He'll never offer you the root. You'll have to take it. You'll have to make him come down or go up to him, into the heart of the cold, into the place where the dragon gutters. And that's the trap. That's always been the trap, the open door, the egg kept warm. He wants you to come for the root. The only way to win is to do the thing he wants and survive it anyway. Then we'll need more than a dragon, Jon said. Aemon's 3 heads. The last hero's war that no song remembers. Find me that, Sam. Not the song, the war. How did they end the last long night? Not the hero with the burning sword, that's the lie, that's the part the singers kept. The other part, the alliance, the thing that actually worked. It's in the old books, the ones the Citadel doesn't like. Write to every Meister who owes you a kindness and rob every shelf in the north. We've bought time. I mean to spend it learning how a smaller people than us, with no dragon at all, did the one thing we have to do. Somebody beat the dark once. I want to know how, and I want to know before the dark gets here, because I'll only get the one chance at the root, and I can't waste it being clever in the moment. I have to be clever now. Sam wrote that night, a dozen ravens into the dark, and Jon went back to the rookery, because the third piece was waiting, and the third piece was Eamon. And Eamon was the gentlest of the three and the one that broke him. The old man was failing fast now, had been failing since Hardhome, his breath gone shallow and his hands gone still. And on the third night he sent for Jon, and Jon came and sat by the narrow bed in the warm rookery with the ravens muttering low, and Eamon's blind eyes found him without sight the way they always had. "You have seen it," Eamon said. "It was not a question. I can hear it in how you sit. You came in like a man carrying a thing too heavy to set down. I carried the same thing for 90 years. Rhaegar's son, I knew it, Jon, not for certain. An old blind man cannot be certain of anything but his own folly, but I knew it the way you know a song you have not heard since childhood, by the shape of the silence where the words should be. You came to the wall with your father's grief and your mother's secret, and a dragon woke to your blood, and there has only ever been one blood a dragon wakes to, and I am the last of it, and so I knew you could not be." His ancient hand found Jon's. "Egg. That is what they called me, when I was a boy, before I was a maester, before I gave up my place in the line so my brother could have the crown that drove him mad. Egg. And here at the end of my life, an egg comes to the wall and hatches a dragon to a boy who is my brother's blood. And I think the gods I do not believe in have a sense of humor after all, and it is a cruel one, and I am grateful for it anyway, because it means I do not die the last. You are the last, Egon. And you are the first of something too, and I am the only man alive who could tell you what that costs, and I have told you over and over, and now I will tell you the once more, and then I will be quiet." "Don't," Jon said, which was not a word he had meant to say. "I will, because I am dying, and the dying are allowed to be tiresome." The old man's mouth curved, the teacher's curve, gentle now, all the sharpness gone out of it. "You are not enough alone. Say it back to me. I want to die hearing you say it, because the moment I am gone the dragon will start telling you the opposite, and there will be no one left who loved you before you had it, no one to remember the boy under the fire, and you will need a voice in your own head that is not the dragon's, and I would like it to be mine." "Say it, I'm not enough alone," Jon said. The words came out rough. "3 heads, the last heroes wore, I know it, I'll find them. I don't know who or how, but I'll find them, because you're right and the dragon lies, and I'd rather die a man than win as a dragon wearing a man." "There," Eamon breathed. "There it is. That is the thing I stayed alive to hear, I think. 90 years a maester and 102 a man, and I find at the very end that all of it was a long walk to a cold wall to hear my brother's blood say a wise thing in the dark." His grip loosened, not in death yet but toward it, the long ebb of it beginning. "Egg dreamed of dragons once. We all did, my brothers and I, in the nursery, dragons in the walls, dragons in the blood. They told us the dragons were gone and we were the last of a dead thing, and we believed them and grew old believing it." His blind eyes turned toward the warmth that lived above the stones, the dragon's heat, Valak's denned and watchful. "And here is a dragon, at the very end. I cannot see it, Jon. Will you?" And his voice, which had been a maester's voice and a prince's voice and a brother's voice across 100 years, became for one moment only an old man's, only that. "Will you describe it to me? I should like to die knowing what a dragon looks like. I have wanted to know my whole life." So Jon described it. The black scales and the red between them like a forged scene through a grate. The eyes the color of the heart of a fire. The wings that swallowed men in shadow, and the long neck and the cruel beautiful shape of the head, and the way the heat came off it, and the way it had looked at him out of the egg and known him. He talked until the words ran out, and the old man listened with his blind eyes turned up and a stillness coming over him that was not sleep. And when Jon finished, Eamon was smiling, and his chest rose once more, and then it did not rise again. And the last Targaryen but one was dead, and the rookery was quiet, and the ravens, who had muttered through the whole of it, fell silent all at once, as though they too had been waiting and now had nothing left to wait for. They burned him, because that was the right for a Meister, and also the only safe right now, and because it was the right a dragon's blood deserved. They built the pyre in the yard, and Jon lit it himself, and Valix came down and added its fire to the brothers' torches, and the old man went up in a column of flame that did not smoke, clean white at the root, and the whole of the wall stood in the cold and watched the last of the old dragons burn, and Jon stood closest to the heat and let it dry the water on his face before it could freeze, and named, privately, the one emotion he would allow himself, which was grief, and then set it down. Because the realm's shield did not get to carry grief and the war at the same time, and the war was not done with him. The war, in fact, came for him that very night, and it came from inside the gate. He should have seen it. He had seen it in pieces, the emptying yard, the muttered prayers, the goat's skull, Marsh's chalk face, the surrender that was not agreement. He had marked the weak ice and told himself that marking it was enough, and it was not, because a frightened man with a knife does not need the ice to be strong. He only needs his moment, and Eamon's pyre gave them theirs, because the whole castle was in the yard, and the towers were dark, and Jon walked back to his chambers alone, but for Ghost, grief-blind, war-tired, his guard down. They were waiting in the dark of the armory passage, and there were 6 of them, and the first he knew of it was Ghost's snarl and a torch guttering and Bowen Marsh's round, honest face, wet with tears he did not bother to hide. "For the watch," Marsh said, and put his dagger into Jon's belly. The cold of it was worse than the pain which came after late the body's slow understanding. "For the watch," said the second, a steward, and his knife went in below the ribs. "For the watch," said Septon Celador, drunk and weeping and cert, and his blade found Jon's shoulder. "For the watch." The words were a prayer and a knife both. The same words Jon had said over Eamon's pyre, the words of the vow, turned now into the thing that killed for love of the very order Jon had broken to save the realm. And Ghost took the throat out of the fourth before the fourth could speak his line. And Jon went down to his knees in the snow of the passage, with his own blood hot on his hands in a world that had gone very cold and very slow and very far away. And the dragon felt it. It felt it the way Jon had felt the dragon's wound at Hardhome, across the bond, the bright wrongness of it, the warmth of him going out. And Valix came off the king's tower roof with a scream that cracked the night and the ice both, came down into the yard in a storm of wings that scattered the mourners and overturned the pyre, and filled the passage mouth with a head the size of a horse, and an eye the color of the heart of a fire, and a throat where the white fire was already building. And the largeness that was the dragon's and not Jon's flooded down the bond and met the cold of Jon's dying. And the 2 of them, man and dragon, made in that moment a single furious living thing that did not intend to die in a passage at the hands of frightened men. What happened then Jon would never be able to wholly remember, and was glad of it. There was fire. There was the smell of it. There were men who had been his brothers, who had said true and terrible things in council that Jon had answered and respected, who had loved the watch enough to kill for it. And they burned, and the burning was not clean and white like Eamon's pyre. It was the other thing, the human thing. And their screaming was not the dead silence but the living's full-throated horror. And Marsh, Bowen Marsh, the old pomegranate, honest to the last, did not run, stood in the dragon's fire saying, "For the watch, for the watch," until the fire took the words, and Jon, on his knees and bleeding out, screamed at the dragon to stop, enough, stop, and could not tell, would never be able to tell, whether the dragon stopped because he commanded it or because there was no one left to burn. He did not die. Sam and Ed found him in the passage with the dragon coiled around him like a wall of heat, hissing at any who came near, and it took Tormund's voice and Val's hands and a long, terrible hour before the dragon would let them lift him. And the wounds were deep, and the cold had got into them, and there were nights after when it was not certain which way it would go. But the dragon's heat was in him, in the bond, and the blood of the dragon ran in him whatever name he wore, and on the third day his fever broke, and he woke in the warm rookery where Eamon had died, with Munda asleep against his side and Ghost on the floor and Val in the chair, and the first thing he said before water, before anything, was the thing the whole ordeal had ground him down to. "They were right," Jon said. His voice was a ruin. "Marsh, the others, they weren't traitors, they were right. I broke the watch. I made myself a king with a dragon and called it duty. They died for an oath I broke, and I burned them for keeping faith with it, and I'd do it again, and that's the worst of it, Val. I'd do all of it again. The wildlings, Hardhome, the gate, all of it. Because the dead are real and the oath was written for a world that didn't have a dragon in it, and somebody has to be the one who breaks the small faith to keep the large one, and it's me, because I'm the only one who can." He turned his head and the wound pulled and he let it. "Eamon asked me what I'd build with the time the fire bought. I know now. I'm going to build the thing that ends the long night. Not a watch, not a kingdom. A weapon aimed at one root on a dead horse. And I'm going to spend everything I have and everyone who will let me to drive it home. And the singers can decide after whether I was the realm's shield or the worst thing that ever flew. And I won't be there to argue, because I'll be at the root or I'll be ash." Val looked at him a long moment, the gray eyes that missed nothing, and she did not soften it and she did not flinch from it, because she had named all of this on the wall before he ever flew north. "Burn slow, fireman," she said. "You're going to be lit a long time yet. The realm's not done needing you, and neither, God's help me, am I," and she put her hand over the worst of the wounds, over the cold place where Marsh's for the watch had gone in, and held it there warm, until the warmth reached the cold. When he could stand, 10 days later, he called what was left of the wall together in the yard, brother and free folk both, and there was not much of it, and the not much was the point. He did not climb on the dragon to do it. He stood in the snow on his own 2 unsteady legs, with the scars of his own brother's love under his blacks, and he told them the truth, because the truth was the only thing he had left that the dead could not raise against him. "The night's watch is dead," Jon said. 8,000 years, and it ended in a passage on the night we burned Meister Eamon, and I killed it, and I won't pretend I didn't. The men who put their knives in me weren't cowards and they weren't traitors. They were the last true brothers of an order I broke to save your lives, and I burned them for it, and you should all be afraid of me, because a thing that will burn its own brothers to win is a thing worth being afraid of." He let that sit. No one moved. "So I'm not asking you to be brothers anymore. The vow's broken by me, and I'll carry it. I'm asking you to be something there's no word for yet. The living. That's all that's left now, living and dead. I've said it before, and I meant it, and now I've paid for it. Anyone who wants to go south, go. The gates open both ways. But anyone who stays stays for one thing only, which is to hold this wall and buy the time and help me find the way to the root of the dark and put it out. Not for crows. Not for the realm that won't come. For the dawn. Stay for the dawn or go, but choose tonight, because the dead don't care which, and neither anymore do I. Dolorous Ed was the first to step forward, because of course he was, sour and loyal and unkillable. "Well, I'm not walking south in this weather," Ed said. "I'd freeze halfway and stand back up wrong and you'd have to burn me, and I've seen how you burn people. I'd rather not. I'll stay. Somebody's got to write down how it all goes to ruin, and I've the face for it." And Tormund laughed his huge raw laugh and clapped a hand on Jon's wounded shoulder hard enough to make him sway, and the free folk lifted their spears in the silent way, and one by one, and then in 2s and 3s, the men in black and the men in skins both stood with the broken thing that Jon Snow had become. And the dragon turned its molten eye on all of them from the king's tower roof, and the cold north of the wall, which had counted, and closed, and taken its tax. found waiting for it at the edge of the world a thing it had not planned for. Not an order, not a kingdom, not a hero out of a song, but a man who knew his enemy's name and his enemy's death, and had nothing left to lose but the dawn, and meant to spend even that. Chapter 6. In Chapter 7. When the wall wept, the time Jon had bought ran out the way bought time always does, which is all at once, after seeming to last forever. It lasted a year and a season, long enough to do the work. He had spent it the way Eamon told him to spend it, building, and what he built was not a watch and not a kingdom, but a machine for buying more time, and every part of the machine was aimed at one moment that had not come yet and now was coming. He had cut trenches along the foot of the wall from the Shadow Tower to Eastwatch, deep and wide, and lined them with the wood of the haunted forest, felled and hauled by free folk hands, and soaked the wood in the pitch the watch had stockpiled for 8,000 years against exactly this, and never used. Fire trenches. A dragon could light them in a single pass, and a wall of flame would stand where the dead had to cross, and the dead remembered fire, and the fire would hold them, for a while, the way it had held them at Hardhome, until the cold put it out. He had armed every living soul at the wall with dragonglass, points and daggers and arrowheads, Sam's old cash spent, and a new one mined from the obsidian veins under Dragonstone that Stanny's, before he marched and died in the snows outside Winterfell as Sam had foretold, had ordered shipped north in a last grinding act of a man who kept his word to a realm that never kept its word to him. He had drilled the host, brother and free folk, in the one lesson that mattered, dragonglass for the walkers, fire for the whites, and never mistake the leaf for the branch. The year had not been only labor, and that was the part that frightened Jon most, in the quiet hours, because a thing a man builds he can lose. The crows and the free folk had stopped being two camps and started being one people, the way enemies do when you give them a worse enemy and a winter long enough. There had been a child born in Mole's town to a black brother's leave, and a free folk woman, the first child the watch had ever knowingly fathered and not drowned in shame, and they had not known what to do with it, and so had simply let it live, and the living of it had changed something no decree could. There had been bad ale and worse singing, and a wedding done in the free folk way, a woman stealing a man in front of a laughing hall. Munda had grown a hand's breadth and learned her letters from Sam and learned the spear from Val and learned, slowest of all, to sleep through a night without watching the door. And Jon had watched the child do it, watched her turn from the door at last, and understood that this, the turning from the door, was the thing the whole machine of fire and trenches and glass existed to protect, and that the dead wanted exactly this, the warm, ordinary turning from the door of a child by a fire. Wanted to put it out and never let it be lit again, and that he had built a year of hard-won normalcy on the lip of a grave, and would have to watch it run for that grave when the dark came, and could only hope to outrun it with them. He kept the something small Eamon had told him to keep. The something small had become 8,000 somethings, and he loved them, and loving them was the wound the war would reach for. And Sam had found the war. It's in 3 different books that all call each other liars. Sam said, the night before the cold front came, in the warm of the rookery that was a war room now, with Tormund and Val and Ed around the table, and the dragon's heat coming down through the stones. Which is how I know it's true, because a real thing leaves 3 liars and a clean lie leaves 1. The last long night didn't end with a hero and a burning sword. That's the song, and the song is the lie the singers kept, because a man with a sword is easier to love than a war. It ended with an alliance. The first men and the children of the forest who'd been killing each other for 2,000 years stopped and stood together, and they had 2 weapons, dragonglass to unmake the cold ones, and the dragonglass blade in the heart of the first of them, the root which a hero, yes, a real one, reached and drew out. And when the root was unmade, the whole army fell at once, every wight, every walker gone in a breath, because they were all only ever extensions of the one will, and the one will was the wound in one heart. How close did the hero have to get, Val asked, because Val asked the questions that had blood in them. To the root, to pull the glass. Close enough to put a hand on a heart, Sam said quietly. Arm's length. The accounts agree on that, the three liars, every one. Whatever else the songs invented, they kept that, because it's the part that made it a sacrifice and not a victory. The hero who drew the root was not a man who flew over an army and burned it. He was a man who walked through the hole of the dark, alone, to stand close enough to a thing made of winter to touch its heart. And most of the men who tried died on the way, and the books don't even keep their names, only the one who reached it. The table was quiet. The dragon's heat came up through the stones, and outside the wind off the wall said its single endless word. That's not a plan, Ed said at last. That's a list of ways to die in order, ending with the worst one. It's the same plan that worked once, Sam said. I find that more comforting than you do. Somebody beat this, with less than we have. No dragon, no glass mines. 3 liars worth of luck and 1 man willing to walk into the dark and put his hand on a heart. I keep that in front of me on the cold nights. Somebody beat it. On the cold nights, Tormund said, and there was no laugh in him now, none at all, I keep something else in front of me. They beat it once, and it came back. Whatever your hero did to the root, it didn't take, or it took for 8,000 years, and then the winter started walking again. So if we win, Fireman, we'd best win all the way, root and branch, and the very ground it grew in, because the dead have already shown they're patient enough to lose and come again, and we'll not get a hero in every age to do this twice. Jon said nothing, because he had heard under Sam's 3 liars the shape of the thing the war was going to ask of him, and it was the oldest shape there was, the one Eamon had warned him the dragon would lie about. Not a dragon over an army. A man on the ground, close enough to a heart to put his hand on it. He had a dragon, and the dragon was the only reason the living had lasted, and the dragon was not, in the end, the answer. The answer was a quarter-mile closer than a dragon could ever take him, and on the wrong side of 100,000 dead. The cold front came the next dawn, and it was not weather, and every soul at the wall who had spent a winter in the true north knew it for what it was the moment it touched them. The temperature did not drop. It fell off a cliff, the air going from cold to killing between 2 breaths, the fires in the yard guttering low and blue, frost flowering on the inside of the towers, and the sky to the north went from gray to a white that had no sun in it, a white that was the absence of every warm thing, advancing south over the haunted forest like a tide coming in. Valix came off the king's tower roof and would not settle, circling, screaming, the bond between it and Jon thrumming with a wrongness that was the cold itself, the dragon's whole nature recoiling from a thing made to be its opposite. And under the white sky, out of the haunted forest, the dead came to the wall. There was no describing the number. Jon stood on the top of the wall with Tormund and Ed and looked north, and there was no end to them, the forest itself seeming to have died and risen. The white country he had flown over a year ago now black with the standing dead from the foot of the wall to the curve of the world, and at the front of them, where the trenches waited, came the things the cold had been saving. The undead giants, 3 times the height of a man, dragging clubs of frozen oak, the dead mammoths with their tusks sheathed in ice, the cold ones, the walkers, hundreds of them now where Hardhome had shown him 7, ranked like officers through the host, and somewhere among them, Jon knew without seeing, on a dead horse, the root. Light the trenches, Jon said. He took Valix down the line and the dragon breathed, and the pitch-soaked wood caught and went up in a wall of fire 200 feet high from the Shadow Tower to Eastwatch, A line of the sun laid down at the foot of the wall. The dead came to it and stopped, the front rank held by the memory of fire, and behind them the host pressed forward and shoved the front rank into the flames, and the whites burned and died and were walked over by the next rank, exactly as at Hardhome, the tide seeping through the fire one burning body at a time. But the trench held them to a seep, and a seep the host on the wall could fight, dragon glass and obsidian arrows raining down out of the murder holes and the wall walk. And for 3 days and 3 nights the living held the wall, and the dead burned at its foot, and the trenches were fed, and Jon flew the line feeding them. The giants tested the gate at the night fort on the 2nd night, and that was the closest the dead came to ending it early. 3 of them, dead and frost-cased and enormous, came out of the host carrying a felled sentinel pine between them like a ram, and they walked into the fire trench and through it, burning, because a giant is a great deal of meat and takes a long time to die. And they reached the buried gate and swung the ram and the iron-bound oak that had held since the age of heroes split down the middle. Jon was there in the time it took Valix to cross the sky, and he took the dragon down into the breach, and the dragon's fire went into the 3 giants at the range of a spear throw, and even a giant could not walk through that, and they came apart, and the gate held behind them on its last hinge, and Ed's men jammed the breach with rubble and dragon glass-tipped spears all the rest of that night. The walkers came up the ice itself on the 3rd night, and that was a horror Jon had not planned for, because the dragon could not be everywhere, and where the dragon was not, the cold ones climbed. They came up the sheer face of the wall on spurs of ice that grew from their own hands, climbing the unclimbable the way a spider climbs a wall, silent, unhurried. And the first the wall walk knew of it was a brother screaming, as a blade of ice came up over the parapet and through him. Tormund met the first of them with a dragon glass-headed spear and a roar, and the walker came apart on the point, and its climbing spurs shattered, and the whites it had been leading up the ice below it fell 300 feet to die a death they had already died. And then there were more, a dozen, 20, coming over the parapet along 100 yards of wall walk, and the fight on the top of the wall became the thing the songs never tell, close and ugly and freezing. Men and free folk with knives of black glass against officers of the winter who did not bleed and did not tire. And Jon brought Valix down the wall walk itself, threading the fire between his own people, burning the walkers off the parapet in a line of sun a yard from the men who fought them, close enough that the heat blistered living faces, and it was the only thing that saved the wall walk. And it cost 3 brothers and a free folk spearwife, and the last of Jon's certainty that fire could be everywhere it was needed. He hoarded the dragon's heat the way a starving man hoards bread, spending only what the trenches and the gate and the wall walk demanded and no more, because he was saving the dragon for the root, for the one stroke, for the heart he had not yet found a way to reach. On the 3rd night, when the wall walk was held and the dead had drawn back to burn at the trenches again, he tried to take the root, because waiting for the king to come to him was the trap, and the only answer to a trap was to spring it on his own terms. He flew out over the host, high hunting, the bond stretched taut as he reached for the wrongness that was the king, the way you reach in the dark for the one cold spot in a warm bed. And he found it far back past the giants, past the walkers, a stillness in the moving dark, and he folded Valix's wings and dropped toward it the way he had dropped on the walker at Hardhome, the dragon's fire building white in its chest for the one stroke that would end the war. And the cold answered. It came up off the host in a wall, the accumulated winter of 100,000 dead and 1,000 walkers focused upward all at once, the way a man throws up an arm, and Valix flew into it, and the air itself turned to ice in the dragon's lungs, the fire guttering in its chest, the wings stiffening, frost sheathing the leather between one beat and the next, and the dragon dropped, not in a stoop now, but in a fall, plummeting toward the host that waited with 10,000 ice spears raised. Jon hauled it out of the fall with everything in the bond, screaming into the wind, the dragon's terror and his own one thing now, and they clawed up out of the cold by a margin he would not let himself measure, and limped back to the wall with ice cracking off the wings and the fire in the dragon's chest banked almost to nothing. He understood, finally and in his body, that the king would never let him near. The cold was a moat. The host was a wall around the root. He could not fly to it. The root would have to be reached another way, on the ground in the heart of the dark, by a man close enough to put his hand on a heart, exactly as Sam's 3 liars had said, and the knowing of it sat in him that night colder than the cold. The Night King came to the wall on the 4th day, and he did not come to fight. He came to end it. Jon saw him through the smoke of the trenches, walking out of the host to the foot of the ice, alone, the walkers and the giants, and the 100,000 dead going still around him the way a sea goes still in the eye of a storm. He walked through the fire of the trench, and the fire did not touch him, parted around him, died and reformed behind him, and he came to the foot of the wall, to the very ice, and he laid his hand upon it. And the wall wept. It began as water, a sheen of it, then a runnel, then 100 runnels, the ancient ice of the wall weeping down its own face in the killing cold where no ice should weep. Because the wall was not only ice. The wall had never been only ice. It was ice and the old magic bound into it. 8,000 years of wards and spells, and the cold workings of the children and the first men who raised it. And all of that magic was made of the same stuff as the thing that now laid its hand against it. And the cold called to the cold. And the ice that had been bound to keep the dead out heard its true master at last and answered him. The weeping became a groaning. The groaning became a sound Jon felt through 700 feet of ice in his teeth and his bones, the sound of a thing 8,000 years old deciding, all at once, to fail. Off the wall, Jon roared into the bond, into the night, and Ed's horns took it up, 3 long blasts, the call that had never once in 8,000 years meant what it meant now. Off the wall, everyone off, it's coming down, get them down. A section of the wall between Castle Black and the Night Fort, a 1/4 mile of ice as old as the realm, leaned out, slow, almost gentle, and came down. It did not shatter. It calved, the way the glacier had calved over the warm chamber where the egg had waited. A cliff of ice the size of a city sliding down and out, and crashing into the trench and the host, and the dead in a wave of white that buried 10,000 whites and put out a mile of fire in a single breath, and threw a wind that knocked the men on the wall walk flat, and dusted the whole of Castle Black in the powder of the broken wall. Men went down with it. Brothers and free folk who had held the wall walk above the failing section, rode the ice down into the dark and the cold and were gone, 20, 30, 50. Jon never knew the count. Only that the horns had not given them time, that he had not given them time, that he had spent a year building a machine, and the king had unmade the foundation of it with one hand and a touch. And where the 1/4 mile had been there was now a slope, a ramp, a road of tumbled ice leading up from the haunted forest to the top of the world, and down it, over the bodies of the dead the falling wall had crushed. The host of the dead began, with no haste and no sound and no end, to climb. The wall was breached. The line that had held for 8,000 years was a road now, and the dead were on it, and there was no closing it. No dragon hot enough to mend a 1/4 mile of fallen ice, and Jon Snow stood on the broken edge of the world with the powder of the wall in his hair and watched the long night begin in earnest, and did the only thing the realm's shield could do, which was to stop trying to hold the unholdable and start saving what could still be saved. South, he said, into the bond and into the ear of every captain within, shouting, "Everyone south, now, not a fighting retreat, a run, the wall's done. Get the living to Winterfell, or they're the dead's by spring. Ed the horns sound the long retreat, all castles, everyone south behind the dragon. Tormund, your folk lead, they know the cold roads. Val, the children and the old in the center, the spears on the flanks, and nobody fights what they can outrun. And you? Tormund had blood frozen in his beard and the look of a man who had just watched his second world end. The fireman flies off and leaves us to walk. The fireman flies behind you, Jon said, between you and them the whole way, and burns every road shut the moment your last spears down it. I'm the rear guard now, Tormund. The dragon and me. We're the wall. There's no other wall left, so we'll be it. He swung up onto Valix's back, and the dragon, away from the focus cold of the host, found its fire again, the heat climbing back into the bond. Go now, don't look back. Looking back is how the dead get the slow ones. South to Winterfell, and I'll see the lot of you under my father's walls, or I'll see you never, and either way you'll have run a good run. Go. They ran. 8,000 living souls, the broken watch and the saved free folk, and the child Munda on a Garen with Val's arms around her, streamed south from the wall onto the gift, and the Kingsroad in the blue dark of a sun that had stopped meaning anything. And behind them the dead came down the ramp of the broken wall, and onto the land of the living for the first time in 8,000 years. And between the dead and the living flew Jon Snow on a black dragon, laying down walls of fire across every road and river and defile, burning the bridges of the world behind the fleeing living, spending the dragon's heat now without hoarding, because the time for hoarding was past, buying yards where he had bought years. A man and a dragon walking backward into the dark with a torch the size of a god, holding a door that no longer had a frame. He held it across the gift, and the long lake and the new gift and the edge of the wolfswood, and it cost. Once, at a ford where the column bunched and slowed, the dead nearly caught the tail of it, a wedge of walkers driving 1,000 whites ahead of them into the rearmost free folk, and Jon brought Valix down into the gap so low the wing-wind threw spearmen flat, and burned the wedge to nothing, and a walker put an ice spear through the dragon's wing leather as it passed, a wound that whistled in the wind for 50 miles after, the first time the cold had marked Valix and drawn from it not strength but blood. Dark and steaming, and gone to frost where it fell, they camped that night in the lee of a hill with fires ringed all around, because a host that does not sleep dies on its feet, and Jon came down among them for the first time since the wall fell, and walked the fires on his own legs, because Eamon had told him to keep something small and do small things for it, and the something he had kept was these people, and the small thing was to let them see his face, and not only the dragon's shadow. Munda found him at the central fire and would not let go of his cloak, and Val sat with the girl wedged between them and salved the dragon's wing where it had come down to be tended, the dark blood freezing to the obsidian-tipped needle as she worked, the dragon suffering her hands the way it suffered nothing else, because Val had earned a thing from it that Jon did not fully understand and was glad of. "It can be hurt now," Val said, low, threading the wound. "The colds learned it. That's new. That's bad. You've flown it like a thing that can't die, because for a year it couldn't and now it can, and you'd best learn that faster than the cold did." Her gray eyes came up. "When you reach the root, fireman, and you will, I've stopped pretending otherwise, the dragon won't be able to carry you the last of the way. You heard the craven. Arm's length. A hand on a heart. That's a man's distance, not a dragon's. You'll go the last of it on your own feet in the dark with nothing but glass and steel and whatever's left in you, and the dragon will be screaming somewhere behind you unable to follow, and that's the moment the whole world turns on. I'm telling you now by a warm fire, so it isn't the first time you hear it when it's cold." She tied off the wound. "Don't go alone. The old Meister told you. I'm telling you. Whatever the dragon says when the hour comes, don't you dare go to that route alone." Jon looked at the fire, and the child against his side, and the dragon's wing, and the dark beyond the rings of flame where the dead were walking south at the pace of a tired man going home. And he did not promise, because he was a man who kept his promises, and he did not yet know if it was one he could keep. The living ran south toward the one place in the north strong enough to make a stand, the place Stannies had begged him to take a year ago, and he had refused. His father's house, the heart of the north, Winterfell, where the war for the dawn would be fought to its end one way or the other, and where the root would have to be drawn down out of the dark at last and reached on the ground by a hand close enough to touch a heart. There was nowhere left to run after Winterfell, and the dead, who were patient, who had waited 8,000 years, who had brought down the wall with a touch, were no longer in any hurry at all, and came south behind the dragon's failing fire at the pace of a tired man going home, certain, in the way that only the cold and the patient can be certain, that home was the whole warm world, and that they would have all of it in time, and that they had nothing left to spend but time, and all of it to spend. Chapter 7. In Chapter 8, the realm's shield. A man can hold a door. A man cannot hold a country. Jon learned the difference one holdfast at a time, on the long retreat south, and the learning cost him more than the wall had. The north did not fall all at once. It fell the way a candle gutters in a draught, in flares and shudders, one light at a time. The dead came down the Kingsroad and down the cold rivers and through the Wolfswood, and they did not besiege the way living armies besieged, with lines and camps and parley. They simply arrived and surrounded and waited, and the cold did the rest, and a holdfast that did not open its gates to the living fleeing south found itself, by morning, a holdfast of the dead. Jon flew between the dead and the living the whole length of the north, and everywhere he came he bought a night, a day, an hour, and everywhere he left, the dark closed in behind him, because there was one dragon and 100 doors, and the dragon could only ever be at one. He learned what that meant at the last hearth, and the learning marked him. The Umbers had not run in time. They were proud and they were slow, and the great Jon's people had always thought the wall a Southron worry. And so the dead came to the last hearth with the Umbers still in it. And Jon flew through a night and a day to reach them, and came over the hold at dawn, to find the dead already in the yard and the living penned in the great keep. And he did the only thing left, which was to burn his way to them. He laid fire across the yard, and the dead went up in it, and the living poured out of the keep into the lane of flame he held open. And it worked. It worked the way Hardhome had worked, which is to say it worked for some and not for all. And the Umber children came out, and the Umber old did not. And a walker that Jon did not see in time came around the keep and into the lane and froze a clot of the fleeing where they ran. 20 souls turned to standing frost between one breath and the next. And Jon burned the walker a heartbeat too late and watched the 20 he had failed sit up in the lane he had cut to save them, and turn, with the wrong light in their eyes, on the children running behind them. He saved 400 Umbers that dawn. He made 24 whites doing it. And the last hearth, the seat of the largest house north of Winterfell, he left burning behind him, an empty shell full of the dead, and the dead took it for a barracks and were marching out of it south by the time the dragon's shadow had cleared the hills. The Long Lake was worse, because the Long Lake taught him that there was no ground the dead could not cross. He held the southern crossing while the lake villages emptied onto the frozen surface and ran for the far shore. 3,000 souls strung out across a mile of ice with the dragon's fire walling the northern bank behind them. And it was going well, which should have warned him, because nothing in this war went well for long. A walker came out onto the ice to break the crossing, and Jon took Longclaw to it from the dragon's back, and the Valyrian steel shattered it, and the whites it drove fell through the cracked ice into the black water below, and Jon thought that the end of it, a column of the dead drowned under the lake. They were not drowned. The dead did not breathe, and the dead did not drown, And Jon flew the length of the crossing and saw, through the clear black ice, the host walking south along the bottom of the lake, under the feet of the fleeing living, a gray procession on the lake floor keeping pace with the people above. And at the southern shore they came up out of the shallows among the very villagers they had been driving, rising streaming and blue out of the water the living had thought their moat. And the screaming on the southern strand was the screaming of Hardhome all over again, the same lesson taught a colder way, that the dead had no front and no flank a man could turn, that they came by the road under the world, that a dragon could burn the surface of anything, and the dead would simply walk beneath it. The mountain clans taught him the other side of the same lesson. The night the wall and the nori and the flint came down out of the hills to die so their people could reach Winterfell. They were old men, most of them, the young already sent south, and they took a high pass above the King's Road and held it with axes and dragonglass and stubbornness, while the dead poured up at them. And Jon came over the pass to burn the dead off them, and the old chief of the walls waved him on, waved the dragon away, roaring up at the sky in his mountain tongue, and Jon understood the gesture even without the words. Not here, fireman. Save the fire for where it matters. We chose this rock to die on and we'll have our deaths. Don't you dare cheat us of them. And Jon, against everything in him, flew on, and let 300 old Northmen spend themselves on a cold rock to buy an hour, because they had asked it of him, because the one dignity the war had left a man was the choosing of the rock he died on, and a fireman who burned away every brave death to feel better about himself was a thief of the only thing the dying still owned. He hated it. He did it. He was learning that the realm's shield did not get to save everyone, and worse, did not always get to try. You cannot burn an ocean, Jon said to Sam, somewhere south of the long lake, in a cold camp under a cold sky. He had said it to himself so many times it had worn smooth. I keep flying out to burn them, and there's always more. And the more I burn, the more they make from the ones I couldn't save in time. And I'm not winning a war, Sam. I'm bailing a sinking boat with a torch. Every bucket I throw is fire, and the sea I'm throwing it into is the dead. And you cannot burn an ocean. I've known it since Hardhome. I've spent 2 years pretending the dragon was the answer because the dragon is what I have. And it isn't the answer. It was never the answer. It's the thing that buys the time to find the answer. And I still haven't found it, and we're running out of north. You found it a year ago, Sam said quietly. You just don't like it. The root. One stroke. The whole army falls. You've known the answer since the weirwood showed you the children making him. The trouble isn't that you don't know the answer. The trouble is the answer is you, on the ground, alone in the dark, with a hand on a heart, and every part of you that loves the living is screaming that you can't leave them undefended for the one throw, and every part of you that's tired wants the dragon to be enough so you don't have to make the throw at all. Sam's round face was gaunt now, 2 years of war having burned the softness off it without burning off the kindness underneath. You can't burn the ocean, Jon, so stop trying. Drown the one swimmer who makes the ocean. That was always the plan. You've just been too busy bailing to throw. They came to Winterfell with the dead a day behind them, and Winterfell was the last light in the north, and it was not enough, and it was all there was. He had not seen his father's house since the day he took the Black, a boy who thought he was a bastard, riding north full of pride and grievance, and he came back to it now down out of the sky on a dragon, a man who knew he was the blood of 2 dead houses, and the gray walls broke something in him that the whole long war had not. The Boltons had sacked it, and the Snows had buried it, and the free folk had shored its wounds with ice and rubble, and it was a ruin pretending to be a fortress, and it was home, and Jon walked its yard in the blue dark, and his feet knew every stone, and he went, because he could not go, down into the crypts where the kings of winter sat in their stone with the iron swords across their knees to keep their spirits in the ground. He found his father there, or the likeness of him, Ned Stark in gray stone with the long face Jon had inherited from a sister, not a father. And Jon knelt in the cold dark before the man who had lied for 16 years to keep him breathing. And he did not weep, because the realm's shield had spent his last weeping on Eamon's pyre. But he stayed a while in the silence with the only father he had ever had. "I know now," Jon told the stone. "All of it. Why you wouldn't tell me. Why you let them call me what they called me. You carried it your whole life so I could carry a spear instead of a crown, and I broke even that. I picked up the crown anyway in everything but the name, and I'm sorry, and I'm not, because the dead are real, father, and somebody had to. And your honor would have held this hall to the last man and lost the world doing it the honest way." He looked up at the stone face, the grief that had outlasted the man. "I'm going to make him come here. To your house. I'm going to spend your people as bait and walk out into the dark and try to end it at arm's length. And it's not honorable. It's not your kind of right. And it's the only thing that works. And I learned how to do the unbearable necessary thing from watching you carry a lie for 16 years. So that's something I got from you after all. Not the name. The willingness to be hated for the thing that keeps a child alive." He stood, and his knees cracked, and somewhere above him the dragon screamed at the cold sky, and Jon Snow climbed up out of the crypts of his fathers to go and arrange the bleeding of the last of the North. They had a day, and Jon spent it the way he had spent the year at the wall, building, because building was the one prayer he had ever found that answered. Trenches again, ringing Winterfell, soaked in the last of the pitch and the fat of every slaughtered beast. Fire lines the dragon would light when the moment came and not before, because the king had to believe the living desperate and the dragon spent. Dragonglass on every wall and in every hand. Sam and the Mormont girl walking the lines, pressing black points on small folk who had never held a blade. The godswood at the heart of the castle, where the great weirwood grew with its red weeping face. Jon made the inner keep of last resort, because the children had made the dead among the weirwoods at the dawn of the world, and there was an old logic in it, a feeling he could not prove, that the king would come for the heart tree the way he had come for the wall, that a thing made of the children's magic was drawn to the children's last green places. And the children of the living, Mundu among them, he put down in the crypts under the stone kings, behind a barred iron door, with old women and the dragonglass and Sam, who argued and lost. "I'm not a fighter," Sam said. "I know that, but I read us the war, Jon. I found the route. I should be on the wall when—" "You found the war," Jon said. "Which means you're the one man alive who knows how to fight it, which means if I fall on the walk to the route, you're the only one left who can tell the next fool where the heart is and how close they have to get. You're not hiding in the crypt, Sam. You're the last copy of the only book that matters, and I'm putting you behind an iron door because a book that burns is a war lost twice. Mind the children. Mind the knowing. If the dawn comes, come up and tell the singers they lie. If it doesn't, you'll have done more than any sword in this yard." And Sam, who had always known the difference between courage and use, went down into the crypt with the children and the knowing, and Jon barred the door himself. The North that was left had gathered behind the gray walls, every soul that could run faster than the dead. The mountain clans down out of the hills, the Glovers out of the burning Wolfswood, the Mormonts off their bear-haunted island, the Manderleys up the white road from their drowned harbor, lords and small folk and broken men. 10,000 of the living in one place with the dark, a day north and closing. And they looked at Jon Snow, and they did not know what to make of him, and they said so, because they were Northerners, and saying so was the only courtesy they had left. "They're saying you're no Stark at all," said Lyanna Mormont. She was a girl of 10 or 11, and she ran the last of House Mormont, and she had a voice that could have cut the dragonglass the Smiths were napping in the yard. A dragon in a wolf's cloak. A Targaryen. They're saying Ned Stark lied his whole honorable life to hide a dragon in his own nursery, and that you broke your watch vows and made yourself a king, and brought the wildlings through the wall and got 8,000 years of it knocked down for your trouble. That's what they're saying, Jon Snow, or whatever your name is. I'd hear what you say before I decide whether House Mormont fights under your shadow or dies in its own hall like Northmen. The yard had gone quiet. Tormund had a hand near his axe. Val watched, and Jon Snow stood in the snow of his father's house and gave the fierce small girl the truth, because the truth was the only banner he had left to fly. "They're right about all of it," Jon said. "I'm Aegon Targaryen, Rhaegar's son and Lyanna Stark's, born in a tower of blood while Robert Baratheon won a war over a woman they said was stolen, and wasn't. Ned Stark lied for 16 years to keep me alive, and let his name be stained, and died with the secret, and he was the best man I ever knew. I broke my watch vows, every one. I brought the free folk south because a dead wildling and a dead Northman serve the same king, and that king is a day north of this hall and coming. I made myself something there's no word for, and men I loved put knives in me for it, and they were right too, and I'd do all of it again. I'll not stand in my father's house and tell you I'm clean, but you asked whose shadow you'd be fighting under, and the answer is nobody's. I'm not asking you to fight under me. I'm asking you to fight beside me for the only cause there is left, which isn't crows or wolves or dragons or kings. It's the dawn. It's that child there, Munda, before they took her below, getting to be old. Don't fight beside me for me. Fight beside me for her. I'm just the one holding the torch." Lyanna Mormont looked at him a long moment with eyes far too old for her face, and then she drew her little sword and drove it point down into the frozen earth of the yard, the old northern oath, and said, "House Mormont knows no king but the king in the north whose name is Stark. You've got Stark blood from your mother and a dragon from your father and a Northman's honesty in your mouth, which is more than the last 3 kings who sat that hall had between them. I don't care what name you were born under. I care what you'll die under. Die under the dawn, dragon, and Mormont dies beside you." And one by one the mountain clans and the Glovers and the Manderleys and the broken men drove their blades into the earth beside hers. Not for a king, not for a crow, not even quite for Jon, but for the child and the dawn she might live to see. Tormund found him on the wall after, when the oaths were said and the lords gone to their fires, and the big wildling looked older than Jon had ever seen him, the red gone gray at his temples, 2 worlds dead behind him now. "First the true north," Tormund said. "Then the wall. Now this heap of Southrun stone, the last of it, the last warm place in the world, and a girl with a toy sword swearing to die in it." He spat over the parapet into the dark. "I followed Mance because he said there was no wall high enough to keep the free folk from a better life. And there wasn't. And look where the better life is, Fireman. A grave with good company." He laughed, and it was a wreck of his old laugh, and it was real. "I'd not be anywhere else. That's the joke of it. 8,000 years my people hated yours, and at the end of the world the only family I've got left is a dragon-blooded crow and a wildling woman too good for him and a child who isn't mine. The dead took everything else. They'll not take this. You walk to your route, Jon Snow, and I'll cut you the road to it with my own axe and 1,000 spears at my back. And if I fall on the way, you tell the singers a free man held the door. We never had songs. I'd like one, just the one." "You'll have 100, Jon said. "You'll be the worst behaved verse in all of them." Tormund said, content. "That's the one I want." That night they fixed the plan, over the great table in Winterfell's hall, and it was a butcher's plan, and every soul who heard it knew the trade it asked. The Manderley Knights and the Northern Spears would hold the gate and the long wall, the killing ground where the dead would come thickest, and they would hold it knowing the dragon's fire would not come to save them, because the fire was bait now, and bait that is spent saves nothing. The free folk would hold the breaches, Tormund's Thousand, the wild reserve throne wherever the wall failed. The Mormont girl and the mountain clans would hold the inner yard, the second line, the fallback. And the Godswood, the heart tree, Jon's own quarter, he would hold himself on foot with Val and a chosen handful of the best blades the living had left, because that was where he wagered the king would make for, and that was where the throw would be made or never made at all. Hear the shape of it once plainly, Jon told the hall, so no one dies confused. We are not trying to win the wall. We are trying to lose it slowly enough, and bleed enough, and look beaten enough, that the king believes the last light is going out and comes himself to watch it die. The dragon stays grounded and dark on the keep until then, a spent thing, a beaten thing, so the king has no reason to fear it and every reason to come close. And when he comes into the Godswood for the heart tree, I light the trenches, the dragon screams to heaven, and in the moment every dead eye turns to the fire, I walk to the root and end it. Until that moment, no man looses the great fire, no matter who is dying, no matter what you see, no matter that it is your own people burning on the wall. If you break and beg the dragon down early, you save 100 and lose the world. I am asking you to watch your friends die and trust the plan. It is the cruelest thing I have ever asked of anyone, and I am asking it because it is the only thing that ends the cruelty for good. No one cheered. There was nothing in it to cheer. But the lords took up their dragonglass, and the captains went to learn their walls, and the hall emptied into the cold to wait, and that was its own kind of answer, the only kind the North had left to give. When the council broke, Jon went up alone to the broken tower where he had fallen as a child in another life, and Valix came to him there, vast now, scarred down one wing where the cold had marked it, and the bond filled with the dragon's one ancient lie, the largeness, the certainty, we are enough. Fly me at him and I will burn through the host and the cold and the world, spend all of me. We are enough. And Jon put his hand on the scarred wing and felt the wound under his palm, the proof the dragon could die, and answered it the way Eamon had taught him, with the small true thing against the large sweet lie. No, he said, you're not enough. You never were. You're the most fire there's been in the world since the doom, and you're a candle against their gale, and I love you, and you'll be screaming behind me when I go the last of the way, and you won't be able to follow, and I've stopped fighting it. We bought the time. Now I spend it. Not you, me, on the ground, with a hand on a heart. The world is saved at arm's length or not at all. He leaned his forehead against the scarred scale, and the heat dried the cold on his face, and the dragon's eye held his, and the lie pushed, and Jon held. Val followed him up after, and she did not ask leave, the way she had never asked leave, and Jon did not give it. You said you wouldn't go alone, she said, and then you didn't finish the sentence because you think not finishing it keeps the people in it safe. I've buried everyone I ever loved. I'd rather have the weight of the bed than the emptiness of it. So finish it. Who do you take to the root? You, Jon said, because there had never been any other answer and they both knew it. Glass and steel and a path cut by the best the living have, and you at my shoulder because you're the only one who's told me the truth since before I flew. He put his hand to her face the way Eamon had once put a hand to his. It's likely a death walk, Val. I won't pretend it isn't. Good, she said. Then we'll not waste the last warm night pretending either. And the dragon kept its watch on the broken tower, and the cold came on at the pace of a tired man going home. And for a few hours in the heart of the last light in the north, There was warmth between two people who had stopped lying to each other, and neither spoke of the morning, when the light that was not a sun came gray over the eastern hills. Jon stood on the wall of his father's house with Val beside him and Valix vast and scarred on the broken keep behind, and looked north, and saw the dark arrive. The host of the dead spreading out of the wolfswood and across the white fields, rank on rank on rank, filling the world to its curve, and out before it on a dead horse, crowned in nothing the root, come south at last to put out the final light with its own dead hand, exactly as Jon had wagered it would, the bait taken, the trap his now and not the king's. He did not light the trenches. That was the hardest discipline of the war, and he held it, because the king had to come close, and a king who saw the trenches lit too soon would sit back as he had sat back at the wall and let the dead do the dying. So Jon held the fire in the dragon's chest and let the first wave come, 10,000 whites pouring across the white fields and breaking on the gray walls, and the Northmen met them with dragonglass, and the free folk met them with fury, and the living died and the dead climbed. And for the first hour Jon Snow did the cruelest thing he had ever done, which was nothing, which was to stand on the wall of his father's house and let his people bleed and not loose the fire that could have saved them. Because the fire was bait now, and the bait only worked if the king believed it spent. Below him, the yard filled with the dead and the dying. Beside him, Val's knuckles went white on her spear. Behind him, the dragon trembled with the held fire and the held lie. And out across the killing fields, the crownless thing on the dead horse watched the last light gutter, and did not yet come close enough, and Jon waited and bled his people, and waited, for the one moment the whole world turned on to arrive. It would not be a long wait. Jon could feel the king through the bond the way he felt the cold, a wrongness on the edge of the world, and the wrongness was no longer still. Out beyond the burning fields the crownless thing had begun, at last, to move, a single horseman parting a sea of the dead, coming on at the pace of a tired man going home, toward the gray walls and the green heart of them, toward the last warm light, and the bait it could not see was a hook. Jon's hand found the dragonglass at his belt and closed on it until the napped edge bit his palm, and he welcomed the small bright pain, because pain was warm, and the world had narrowed at last to the only two things that had ever truly been in it, the fire in his hand and the cold on the wind, and the narrow space between them where a man might, if he was very brave and very lucky and willing to spend everything he had ever loved, end a night 8,000 years long. Chapter 8 End Chapter 9. The last light of Winterfell, the last light in the north, did not go out the way a candle goes out. It went out the way a city burns, slow and screaming and a long time in the dying, and Jon Snow stood on the wall of his father's house and made himself watch it, and made himself not save it, because the saving of it too soon would lose the world. The dead came against Winterfell in waves, and the waves had a rhythm, and the rhythm was the cruelest part. They would come, 10,000 at a throw, and break on the gray walls, and the Northmen would meet them with dragonglass and the free folk with fury, and for a while the living would hold, and the dead would pile at the foot of the wall in drifts, and then the drifts would become ramps, the dead climbing their own dead the way they had climbed the fallen wall, and the wave would crest the parapet, and the fighting would go close and ugly along the wall walk, and the living would throw them back at a cost, and the dead would draw off. And there would be a lull, a terrible counting lull, in which the living dragged their own dead inside to be burned before they rose, and bound their wounds and looked north, and saw the next wave already forming, and the wave after that, and the wave after that, all the way to the curve of the world. A man learned on that wall the difference between an army and a tide. An army you could break, because an army was afraid, and fear was a crack you could drive a wedge into. The dead had no crack. You killed the front rank and the second rank walked over it at the same pace with the same dead patience. And the only thing that broke on the wall of Winterfell that night was the living. The way a shore breaks, grain by grain, under a sea that has all the time in the world and the shore has none. This is the part of the song, dolorous Ed said, beside him on the wall in the first lull, scraping black gore off a dragonglass dagger, where the singer's voice goes brave and the listeners all know everyone's about to die. I've always hated this part. You can hear it coming. You can hear the deaths in the tune before they happen. He looked out at the gathering dark, his ugly, mournful face lit orange by the funeral fires. I worked out years ago that I'd die at the wall. Never once pictured it'd be in a yard this far south, in a castle that isn't mine, holding a knife made of glass, next to a man with a dragon he won't use. The gods have a sense of humor, the Meister always said. I never found it funny. I'm starting to a bit here at the end. That's probably bad. Hold the east breach when the wall fails, Ed, Jon said. And it'll fail. Hold the east breach and don't let them turn the flank into the yard before the clans can fall back. Can you do that? I can die doing that, Ed said, which is the only version of doing anything that's on offer tonight. He turned the glass dagger over in his hand, the firelight running down its napped edge. You know what the worst of it is? Not the dying. I made my peace with the dying years back. It's the one thing the watch teaches you proper. The worst of it is having to watch you stand here and let us. You've got the fire, Jon. We can all see you've got the fire. And you're going to stand there with your hands behind your back and let me die on the east breach and let half this castle burn, because some patient bastard out in the dark has to be tricked into walking close enough for you to gut him. I understand it. I even think you're right, which is the worst part, because it means I can't be angry, I can only be cold. So I'll hold your breach. But you owe me a true thing first. Look me in the eye and tell me it works. Tell me I die for a thing that works, and not for a story you're telling yourself so you can stand there with your hands behind your back. Jon looked him in the eye. It works, he said. I've held it in my head 1,000 ways and it's the only one that works. The dead fall when the Maker falls. I get close enough to the Maker because he comes close enough to the bait, and you are the bait, you and everyone on these walls, and I will not lie to you and call it anything kinder. You die so I can get close, and then it works. The whole army everywhere all at once. That's what your death buys, Ed, not a yard of wall, the world. Well, Ed said after a moment. That's a better death than most get. Most men die for a yard of wall and don't even know it's a yard of wall. He spat over the parapet onto the dead. Don't you miss your throw, Jon Snow. I'll have held a breach for it. The least you can do is not miss. And he went down to the east breach, sour and loyal and unkillable, to be killed. The wall failed at the 3rd hour, and it failed everywhere at once, because the dead had learned at the wall how the living fought and did not give them the courtesy of a single point to defend. Giants came out of the host, dragging the trunks of weirwoods torn up by the roots, pale dead trees in the hands of pale dead things, and they swung them against the gate, and the gate that had held since the age of heroes split as the Nightfort's gate had split, and the dead poured into the breach. The Manderly knights died holding it, big men of White Harbor in their merman's armor, going down under the cold tide one stubborn yard at a time, and old Wyman Manderly, too fat to stand on his own at the end, had himself strapped upright in the gateway in his armor and died there blocking it with the sheer mountain of himself. A wall of dead Manderly flesh the dead had to climb, and his knights died in rings around him. And the gate held an hour past when it should have fallen because a fat old lord had decided to be a door. The east wall went to a press of whites 10 deep, and Ed was there and the free folk with him, and they held the east breach the way Jon had asked, held it past sense and past hope. Jon saw it across the burning yard, saw Ed in the gap with a dragonglass spear, methodical, unhurried. the way a man works who has decided where he will die and made his peace with the spot. And Jon saw the moment Ed went down, dragged off his feet by a dozen dead hands reaching out of the press, still swinging as he went under. And the east breach held even after, because Ed's body and the bodies of the men who died with him made a wall of the dead that the dead themselves had to climb. And that climbing bought the clans the time to fall back to the inner ring, exactly as Jon had asked, exactly as Ed had promised. And Jon Snow stood on the wall with the fire in him and his hands behind his back, and added the name to the list he carried, and did not loose the fire, because the fire was bait, and the king had not yet come close enough. Tormund, Giantsbane, held the broken gate after the Manderleys fell, and that was the kind of stand the free folk would tell of for 1,000 years if any free folk lived to tell it. He stood in the gap where Wyman Manderley's corpse had been pulled down at last, a giant of a man in a giant of a fight, and he had 1,000 spears of the free folk at his back and an axe in each hand, and he held the gate of Winterfell against the dead with a roar that never once stopped, a wall of noise and fury, and where the free folk faltered his voice drove them back into the line, and where the dead broke through his axes broke them. And he bled from a dozen wounds and did not feel them and did not fall, because Tormund Giantsbane had decided he would have his one song, and the song did not end at the gate. And the dead learned that night that there was a place in the breached gate of the last castle of the north where the cold did not advance, a place the width of one furious living man, and it held, while everything around it fell. The Glovers died in the inner yard, and they died well, and their dying taught Jon the last hard lesson of the held fire. Robert Glover had brought what was left of his house out of the burning wolfswood, 200 spears, and he set them in the inner yard as the second line. And when the outer yard fell and the dead came through in a gray flood, the Glovers met them shield to shield, the old northern way, a wall of oak and iron and stubborn men. And they held for a time, because a shield wall is the one thing the living do better than the dead. The dead having no notion of standing shoulder to shoulder and trusting the man beside them. They held, and they sent up a cry for the fire, because they could see Jon on the inner keep, and they could see the dragon dark and furled behind him, and they were dying, and the fire was right there. And Robert Glover roared up at the keep for the dragon to come, in the name of every god old and new, to burn the dead off his shield wall before it broke. And Jon Snow did not come. He stood on the keep with the fire banked in the dragon and his hands at his sides, and he let the Glover wall break, watched it break, watched the dead pour through the gap, and take Robert Glover down, still calling for a fire that would not come, because the king was on the field now, closer with every wall that fell. And a king who saw the dragon loose too soon would draw back into the dark, and the whole terrible price would have bought nothing. So Jon let the Glovers die calling his name, and added the name of every one of them to the list, and did not loose the fire, and learned that the cruelest thing a commander can do is not to spend men, which any fool can do, but to stand in plain sight of dying men who are begging for the help he is holding in his hand, and hold it, and let them die believing he failed them, because the truth that would comfort them is the one truth he cannot afford to spend. The Glovers died thinking the fireman a coward or a fraud. He let them. It was the price of the throw, and he paid it in the one coin he had sworn never to be cheap with, which was the good opinion of men who deserved better, and he would carry their faces beside Ed's and the Mormont girls for the rest of whatever life the night left him. The inner yard fell. The living drew back again, tighter, toward the godswood, and the funeral fires guttered, and the dragon trembled with the held fire, and out across the ruin the wrongness that was the king came on, wall by fallen wall, drawn to the green heart of the castle, closer, and Jon Snow watched it come and bled his people to draw it and waited. And the waiting was the heaviest fighting he had ever done. The fighting where a man stands still and does nothing and spends everyone he loves to do it. Lyanna Mormont killed a giant, and it was the kind of death the singers would build 100 years of songs on, and Jon watched it and could not save her, and would not have insulted her by trying. The giant came over the south wall where the clans had fallen back, a dead thing 30 feet of frozen muscle with eyes like blue stars, and it waded into the children of the mountain clans, the last of the north, and it broke them, scattered them, a single swing of its weirwood club turning 10 Northmen to ruin and red snow. The clans broke around it, ran from it, because a thing that size was not a thing men could fight. It was a thing men fled, and out of the fleeing came one small figure that did not flee. Lyanna Mormont, 10 years old, the last of her ancient house, ran at the giant. She ran at 30 feet of dead muscle with a dragonglass dagger in her small fist and her bare banner on her surcoat. And the giant saw her, and caught her up in one vast dead hand and began to crush her. And the watching clans froze in horror. And the girl, with her ribs going under the cold fingers, with the breath leaving her, drove her dragonglass dagger up into the giant's blue eye to the hilt. The giant came apart. It shattered from the eye outward the way a walker shatters, the cold in it unmade by the black glass, 30 feet of frozen muscle going to blue shards and falling snow in a single breath. And it fell, and the small broken body of the girl fell with it, still locked in the shattering hand. And where she fell the clans rallied, because a child had killed a giant in front of them, and there was no man among them with the face to run after seeing that. They turned, and they held the south yard over her body, and they bought the inner ring with their rage. Jon Snow added her name to the list, the fierce Mormont girl who had asked of him only that he not miss, and did not loose the fire because the fire was bait, and the king had not yet come close enough. And the holding of the fire while a child of 10 died to buy his throw was the heaviest thing Jon had carried in a life of carrying heavy things, and he carried it because there was no one else who could. It went on and it got worse, and the getting worse was the plan. The yard filled. The walls were lost, and then the outer yard was lost, and then the inner yard. And the living drew in tighter, ring by ring, toward the godswood at the castle's heart. And the trenches sat dark and unlit around a castle that was visibly, obviously, drowning. And the only fire in all of Winterfell was the funeral fire where the living burned their own dead, to keep them from rising and turning on the backs of the men who had loved them. The dragon crouched dark and trembling on the broken keep, wings furled, fire banked, a spent thing, a beaten thing exactly as the plan required, and the cost of looking beaten mounted in bodies Jon knew by name. And through all of it Jon watched the one thing in the world that mattered, the wrongness on the edge of the dark, the king, and willed it closer, and bled his people to draw it, and waited, and the waiting was a kind of dying of its own. And the king came. He came when the last light was nearly out, when the walls were lost and the yard was lost, and the living were a shrinking knot of the desperate around the godswood, when the dragon had not flown, and the fire had not come, and the king had every reason on the cold earth to believe the old prophecy a lie, and the fire thing a coward, and the last gathering of the living, a guttering thing he could put out at his leisure. He came down off his dead horse at the broken gate where Tormund still roared and bled, and he did not fight Tormund, walked past him as a man walks past a dog that cannot reach him, and the dead went still around the king as he passed, the whole shrieking battle going quiet in a widening ring as he came, the way a sea goes still in the eye of a storm. He walked into Winterfell on his own 2 feet, alone, tall and thin and crowned in nothing, armored in his own pale cold, bearing the spear of ice the blue of a dead star, and the walkers ranked up behind him, and the giants flanked him, and he walked through the burning ruin of the yard toward the green heart of the castle, toward the great weirwood with its red weeping face, drawn to the children's last green place exactly as Jon had wagered. Drawn to put out the heart of the north with his own dead hand. The cold came with him. Where he walked, the funeral fires guttered blue and died, and the frost bloomed on the faces of the dead, and the air itself grew thin and bright and killing, and every living thing that felt him come felt the same ancient certainty roll off him, the patience of 8,000 years, the surety of a thing that had never once in all that time been surprised. He walked into the killing ground Jon had built for him, and he did not know it was a killing ground, because a thing that has been patient for 8,000 years has forgotten that it can be surprised. Jon Snow stood in the godswood by the heart tree with Val at his shoulder, and a dozen of the best blades the living had left ringed around him, the chosen, the path cutters, and he watched the crownless king come through the white trees toward him, and he felt the bond thrum with the dragons held fire, and the dragons held lie now, let me loose, we are enough, and Jon waited. He waited while the cold rolled ahead of the king and frosted the heart tree's red leaves white. He waited while the king's star-blue eyes found him across the godswood, the eyes that had kept his egg warm, the eyes that had bowed to him on the glacier's lip a lifetime ago, the eyes that knew him and had always known him. He waited until the king was close enough that a man on foot might cross the last of the distance between them in the time it took the world to turn. And then Jon Snow did the thing he had held the whole long screaming battle to do, the thing every death on every wall had bought. He lit the trenches. The bond opened all the way, and the dragon screamed, and Valix came off the broken keep in a storm of wings, and threw its fire down into the trenches all around Winterfell at once, every fire line catching in the same heartbeat, the pitch and the fat and the wood of a year's hard labor going up in a single ring of the sun 200 feet high around the whole of the castle, a wall of flame that sealed the dead inside it and the dead outside it both, that turned Winterfell in one heartbeat from a castle being drowned into a furnace with the king inside it, and every dead eye in the world turned to the fire. The whole host of the dead recoiled from the light as one thing, the walkers and the giants and the 100,000 wights flinching from the wall of flame that had bloomed around them out of a beaten and spent and grounded dragon. And in that heartbeat, in the one moment the whole world turned to the fire, every dead eye on the dragon and the flame and the sudden impossible light, Jon Snow turned the other way, toward the king, and began to walk. Now, he said to Val and the chosen, and they went. The dozen best blades of the living cut into the king's guard, into the walkers that ranked between Jon and the root, and the walkers turned from the fire to meet them, and the godswood became the last and smallest and most important battle of the entire war. A dozen living men and women against the officers of winter, fighting not to win, because they could not win, but to open a lane, to cut a path, one body wide through the king's guard, through which a single man with a dragonglass dagger might walk to a heart. They knew the plan. They had chosen it, and they died to it, the chosen, the best the living had, going down one at a time under the ice blades so that the lane stayed open one more step, and one more, each of them buying with a life the single stride the next would need. Jon walked the lane they died to cut. Longclaw in one hand shattered any walker that broke through to him, the Valyrian steel ringing against the ice blades, and holding where any other steel would have flown to pieces. The dragonglass dagger he kept in his other hand, for the heart, for the root, and he did not raise it, did not waste it, saved it for the one thing it was for. And the cold climbed into him with every step, the king's own cold. The moat that had grounded the dragon now poured upon a single walking man, the air freezing in his lungs so that each breath was a wound, the strength going out of his legs, the frost crawling up his blacks and into his beard and across his eyes, and Jon Snow walked into it, into the heart of the cold, toward the crownless thing that watched him come and did not flee and did not strike, only waited. With the patience of all the winters there had ever been, to see whether the fire it had tended for 8,000 years was, in the end, enough. Above them the dragon fought the war's other half, because the king's guard was not only walkers. The king's guard was giants, and the giants could reach the dragon out of the sky. Valix burned the host inside the ring of fire now without hoarding, burned the whites to ash by the thousand. The bait sprung and no more reason left to spare anything, and the godswood in the yard lit white and gold with the dragon's unleashed fire. But the dead giants threw spears of ice the size of sentinel trees, and the dead mammoths gored upward when the dragon came low, and the walkers rode the giants' shoulders to put their blades where the dragon's wings beat, and Valix took wound on wound, the cold drawing not strength now but blood, dark and steaming and freezing where it fell. A walker on a dead giant's shoulder drove an ice blade deep into the wound the cold had opened in the dragon's wing 100 miles back, and Valix screamed, a sound that cracked the frozen night, and faltered in the air, and Jon felt it through the bond like his own flesh tearing, the dragon's vast strength bleeding out into the dark, and still it fought, still it burned. Because the man it loved was walking into the heart of winter on his own 2 feet, and the dragon could not follow, the cold was a moat no dragon could cross, and the only thing left that the dragon could do was keep the giants off the man and the host burning and the world's eye on the fire, and by the throw with its own bright dying body. So it spent itself. The candle in the gale burned at last with everything it had ever had, throwing fire into the 8,000-year dark so that the man might walk, and the lie it had whispered Jon's whole life. We are enough. It stopped whispering because it understood at last, as Jon had understood, that it was not enough, that it had never been the answer, that all its fire was only ever for this, to get one man with one black knife to one cold heart at arm's length, and it gave its life to do it gladly. Val fell at the last of the lane. She had cut the path beside him the whole way, glass and steel, and a fury that matched the dragon's, never a step behind, the one voice in all the war that had never lied to him to make him feel better. And at the very last, astride from the king, a walker came out of the white cold that Jon did not see and Val did, and she did not call out, did not waste the breath, only moved, put her body in the line of the blade meant for Jon's unguarded back and her dragonglass spear through the walker's chest in the same motion, and they shattered together, the walker and the spear, blue shards and black, and the ice blade that had been meant for Jon opened Val from shoulder to hip instead. And she went down in the frost at the foot of the heart tree, in the red light of the weirwood's weeping face. Jon's whole soul turned toward her, the one warm thing, the gray eyes that had named him a candle on the wall before he ever flew, that had told him the truth in every hour the dragon and the dark had lied. He turned toward her, the dagger forgotten, the king forgotten, the world forgotten, every part of him that was still a man and not a shield reaching for the woman dying in the snow. And Val, bleeding out at the foot of the tree, found his eyes and spent the last of herself on the last true thing she would ever tell him, the thing she had been telling him since the night before he first flew north. "Don't," she said. "Don't you dare turn. The throw, fireman, make the throw. Don't waste me. Don't waste any of us. Walk." And Jon Snow, who wanted to go to her more than he had ever wanted anything in a life of wanting things he could not have, who felt the whole war and the whole cost, and the whole long list of names crash down on him in the space of one frozen breath. Ed on the breach and the Mormont girl in the giant's hand, and the chosen dead in the lane, and the dragon dying in the sky and Val dying in the snow, turned away from the woman he loved, because she had asked him to. Because to turn back now would be to make every one of those deaths a thing that bought nothing, would be to spend the throw on grief and lose the world with it. He did the cruelest and the bravest thing the war had asked of him, the thing his father had taught him in 16 years of carrying a lie that cost him everything and saved a child. The willingness to be the one who does the unbearable necessary thing and is hated for it, even by himself. He left her. He turned from the only warmth left in the world and took the last frozen steps into the cold, toward the crownless king who waited by the weirwood with the spear of ice raised. And the world narrowed to the two of them, the fire and the cold, the man and the root, the last arm's length of a night 8,000 years long. Jon Snow lifted the dragonglass dagger in a hand he could no longer feel, and walked into the reach of the thing that had been waiting his whole life and longer to learn whether the fire it had kept warm in the heart of its own winter was, at the end of the world, enough. All across the broken north, in that one held breath, the world went still. On the burning walls of Winterfell the living and the dead alike paused in their killing, drawn to the ring of fire and the small dark figure walking into the cold at its heart, because even the dead could feel that something had changed, that the prophecy the king had spent 8,000 years disproving had just, against all his patience, walked out of the fire and onto its own 2 feet. In the crypts beneath the castle, behind the barred iron door, Samwell Tarly knelt among the frightened children with the child Munda's cold hand in his, and felt the change in the air the way a man feels a fever break, a thinning of the dark, and he did not know yet whether it meant the end of the world or the turning of it. And he held the children, and he waited, and he prayed to gods he had stopped believing into a man he loved who was walking alone. Into the one place in the world a craven scholar could not follow him, and Tormund Giantsbane, bleeding in the broken gate, stopped roaring for the length of one breath and looked across the burning yard at the fireman walking to the root, and lifted his axe to it, a salute, a song with no words, the only kind the free folk had ever had. The fire burned, the cold waited. And in the red light of the heart tree, at the last arm's length of the long night, Jon Snow and the Maker of the Dead came at last within reach of one another, and the world held the breath it had been holding for 8,000 years and did not let it out. Chapter 9. In Chapter 10. The heart of winter the Night King did not fight the way men fight. Men fight to win. The king fought the way winter comes on, without haste and without doubt, certain of the outcome before the first blow, and the certainty was the deadliest thing about him, deadlier than the spear of ice or the cold that rolled off him in killing waves. Jon came into his reach with the dragonglass dagger raised, and the king met him, and the first exchange taught Jon everything and almost killed him. The spear of ice came faster than a thing that size had any right to move, and Jon turned it with Longclaw, and the shock of the parry ran up his frozen arm and nearly took the sword from his deadened hand. And where the ice spear had touched the Valyrian steel, a rime of frost spread along the blade, and the cold of the contact alone drove Jon back 2 steps into the snow, his lungs seizing, his vision starring white at the edges. He had fought living men his whole life, in the yard and on the wall and across the burning north, and the king fought like none of them, because the king was not trying to cut him. The king was trying to put him out. Every pass of the ice spear leached the warmth from the air, from the blood, from the bone, and a man fighting the king was a candle fighting a winter, and the winter did not need to land a blow. It only needed the candle to keep burning until it had nothing left to burn. They turned in the red light of the heart tree, the man and the Maker, and the snow melted and refroze around their feet with the warring of fire blood and killing cold. Jon learned the king's reach, and the king learned nothing, because the king had nothing left to learn, had fought 1,000 heroes across 8,000 years and buried every one. Twice more Jon went in and twice the spear turned him, and the cold took a little more each time, his sword arm slowing, his breath coming shorter, the frost creeping up his blacks toward his heart, and the king fought on without effort, without hurry, the way the tide comes in, and Jon understood that he was losing the way the shore loses, not in a blow but in a slow, grinding certainty, and that the certainty was the king's true weapon and always had been. Jon went at him anyway. He had the dragonglass for the heart and Longclaw for the guard, and he drove in past the spear inside its reach, where the king could not bring the long ice to bear. And for one heartbeat he was close enough, arm's length, the dagger rising for the chest, for the splinter of black glass the children had driven into a man's heart 8,000 years ago, the root, the wound that was the whole war. And the king caught his wrist. The cold hand closed on Jon's wrist, and the cold went into him like a nail, up the arm into the chest. And the dragonglass dagger stopped a hand's breadth from the king's heart and could not close the last of the distance. Because the king was stronger. The king had the strength of every dead thing in the world. And he held Jon's wrist with the dagger trembling a hand's breadth from his chest, and looked at Jon with the star-blue eyes that had kept his egg warm. And there was no triumph in them, no malice. Nothing a man could hate, only the old attention, the patience, the curiosity of a thing watching to see how a small, warm creature dies. The frost crawled up Jon's arm where the king held it. The dagger's point shook, a hand's breadth from the root, and could come no closer. And Jon Snow, with the last warmth going out of him, understood that he had been wrong, that he was not enough, that he had never been enough, that the dragon had been right to call it a fool's distance, that a man could walk through the hole of the dark and reach the heart of winter at arm's length and still, at the very last, not be strong enough to close the final hand's breadth. Because the cold was older and deeper and stronger than any one warm man, and always had been. And then the dragon fell out of the sky. Valix had nothing left. Jon felt it through the bond, the dragon's strength bled white. The wing the walkers had opened no longer answering. The fire in its chest banked to a last ember. And Jon felt, too, the dragon's decision, made in the place behind his ribs where the two of them had been one thing since the egg. The decision that was the answer at last to the lie the dragon had whispered his whole life. "We are not enough," the dragon said, in no words, in the bond, in the bright fading warmth of it. "You were right. I cannot make the throw, but I can clear the road one last time." And the dragon folded its broken wing and fell. Not flew, fell. A mountain of dying fire dropping out of the dark onto the godswood, onto the king's guard, onto the giants and the walkers ranked around their maker. And it spent the last ember in its chest in the falling, through all of it, the whole of the fire that had hatched in a cellar to a bleeding boy's blood, down into the cold in one final white blaze that lit the heart of the north like a second sun. The king's head turned. It was the smallest thing, the turn of a crownless head toward a falling dragon. But it was the first time in 8,000 years that the patient thing had looked away from the kill in front of it. Because even the maker of the dead could not ignore a dying god falling out of the sky onto his own head. And in the half-heartbeat that the king's attention left Jon Snow, the cold hand on Jon's wrist loosened by a hair, and the cold pouring off the king faltered as the dragon's last fire broke against it. And the warmth came back into Jon's arm for one single beat of his heart. One beat was enough. One beat was all the throw had ever needed. Jon Snow drove the dragonglass dagger, the last hand's breadth, into the Night King's heart. It went in the way the children's blade had gone in, 8,000 years ago, the way Bran had shown him in the weirwood's memory, black glass into a cold heart, and where it went in it found the other blade, the first one, the splinter of dragonglass the children had driven into a first man's chest at the dawn of the world to make a weapon against the bronze and the fire of men. And the two blades met in the heart of winter, the glass that made him and the glass that unmade him. And the dragon's last falling fire broke over the both of them in the same instant. Fire and glass and the Valyrian steel of Longclaw all at the root at once. the three weapons of the three ages, and the man at arm's length to drive them home. The Night King came apart. He did not fall. He did not shatter the way the walkers shattered all at once into blue shards. He unmade slowly from the heart outward, the way ice unmakes in a thaw, the way a thing 8,000 years old lets go of being. And as he unmade, the star-blue light went out of his eyes, and the last thing in them before they were nothing was not rage and not fear, but something almost like relief. The relief of a weapon finally allowed to stop, a thing made to be cold finally permitted to be still. And Jon Snow, holding the dagger in the heart of the thing that had haunted the world since before there were songs to forget it in, understood in that last unmaking that the king had been a captive too, a first man bound to a weirwood and filled with cold against his will, a weapon that turned in the hand and could not stop turning, and that what Jon had brought him at the end, at arm's length, with glass and fire and steel, was not defeat, it was release. And then the king was gone, water and frost and a falling splinter of black glass, and the spear of ice rang on the frozen ground and was still, and the heart of winter was empty, and the war was over, though the world did not yet know it. The world knew it a heartbeat later, all at once, everywhere. Across the burning yard of Winterfell, across the broken north, across the haunted forest and the fallen wall and the white country to the curve of the world, the dead fell down. Every white in the same instant dropped where it stood, the wrong light going out of 100,000 pairs of eyes at once. The risen of 8,000 winters returned in a single breath to the only thing they had ever truly been, which was dead, only dead, finally and forever dead. The walkers shattered, every one, the officers of winter going to blue shards and falling snow from the godswood of Winterfell to the lands of always winter beyond the wall. The giants fell. The dead mammoths fell. The cold that had rolled south over the world for 2 years and longer lifted, all at once, the killing edge going out of the air between one breath and the next, and the wind that had said its single endless word fell silent, and into the silence, slow, unbelievable, came warmth. The sun came up. It came up over the eastern hills of the north for the first time in 2 years. The true sun, not the gray absence that had stood in its place, but the sun, gold and low and impossibly warm, and its light came down across the broken yard of Winterfell and across the drifts of the fallen dead, and across the ring of dying fire, and across a man kneeling in the snow of the godswood with a black dagger in his hand, and the water of an unmade king melting away to nothing around him. And the light was the first warm thing the world had offered in 2 years, and Jon Snow knelt in it and could not, for a long moment, do anything at all but feel it on his face. The dawn, the actual dawn, the thing the whole long night had been walked toward, arrived at last. Then he remembered Val and the dragon, and he got up out of the snow to count the cost. Val was alive. He found her at the foot of the heart tree where she had fallen in the red light and the new gold, and the wound the ice blade had opened in her was terrible, and it was not the kind that killed, not any more, not with the cold gone out of it and the true sun on her face. And when Jon knelt over her, she opened her gray eyes and looked at him and said, in a voice gone to a thread, "Did you make the throw?" And Jon said, "I made the throw," and Val said, "Then stop bleeding on me, fireman. And find me a meister. I've no intention of dying after the world's gone and lived." And Jon Snow, who had not wept since Eamon's pyre, came very near to it then, and did not, because there was one more thing to count, and he was afraid to count it. He found the dragon in the ruin of the godswood where it had fallen. Valix had spent everything. It lay where it had crashed onto the king's guard, a mountain of black scale gone gray, the broken wing splayed, the fire in its chest burned out to a last gray ember, the molten gold gone dim in the great eye. And Jon went to it across the melting snow and put his hands on the cold scale and felt, through the bond, almost nothing. The bond gone thin as a thread, the dragon dying, The candle that had burned in the gale at last burned down to its end. He put his forehead against the great cold jaw the way he had 100 times, and he said the dragon's name, the name he had guessed right in a dream a lifetime ago, the dawn thing, the light that comes after the longest dark. Valix, he said. Valix. Not yet. We won. You can't go now. We won. The dawn came. You were named for it, and it came. Hold on. And the dawn came down into the godswood. The true sun, low and gold and warm, climbed over the broken wall of Winterfell and poured its light into the ruined heart of the castle, onto the fallen dragon, and Valix was a thing of fire, a child of the sun, made to be the answer to the cold, and the cold had nearly put it out. But the cold was gone now, broken, unmade, and the sun was warm on its scales for the first time in its short and terrible life, the warmth it had been born for and never known, and the last gray ember in its chest that had been going out caught. It caught the way the egg had caught, the way the pitch in the trenches had caught, slow and then all at once, the dragon drinking the dawn the way it had drunk the cellar fire on the night it hatched, and the gray went out of the black scales, and the molten gold came back into the great eye dim, then bright, and the bond behind Jon's ribs that had gone to a thread filled, slowly, with warmth, and Valix lifted its head out of the melting snow and looked at Jon Snow with the eyes the color of the heart of a fire, and lived because the dawn it had been named for, the dawn it had given its last fire to bring, had come at the very end to save the dawn thing in turn. It would not fly for a long time. The wing was broken past quick mending, and the cold had taken something out of it that even the sun gave back only slowly, and it would be a year and more before Valix rode the sky over the north again, scarred down one wing forever, the awe of it dimmed and the terror of it gone, a thing that had spent its whole great power in a single winter, and would never be the unkillable god of the bright early days again. But it lived. The dawn thing lived to see the dawn, and that, Jon thought, kneeling in the warm light with his hands on the warming scale, was the truest shape the whole long war had ever had. That the fire was not the answer, but the fire bought the answer and gave the last of itself to do it, and the dawn it bought came back at the end and saved what was left of the fire. The world is saved at arm's length, Eamon had said, or not at all. But the arm that makes the throw is held up by everything that dies to get it there. And the dragon had been the last and greatest of those, and it had not been enough alone, and neither had Jon, and that had always been the point. Tormund Giantsbane was alive, which Jon had not let himself hope, and they found each other in the yard among the fallen dead, the big wildling leaning on a broken spear with a dozen wounds, and 1,000 of the dead at his feet where he had held the gate that did not fall while he stood in it. He looked at Jon across the warm gold light and the drifts of the still dead, and he did not laugh, not yet, only stood there bleeding and breathing in a world that had a dawn in it again. And then he said, "I held the door, fireman. You walked to your route, and I held the door, and the door held." His voice cracked on it. 8,000 years my people died in the cold waiting for a wall to fall the wrong way, and I lived to see it fall and then see the cold day after. I lived. I don't know what to do with living. I never planned for it. And Jon went to him and took the weight of the big man on his shoulder, and Tormund laughed at last, the huge raw northern laugh, broken and real, and said, "I want my song, the one with me in the gate. Make sure the craven gets it down right. A free man held the door at the end of the world. That's the whole of the verse. Don't let the singers make it pretty. They came up out of the crypts when the horns sounded the dawn, the children and the old women and Samwell Tarly, blinking into the warm gold light, into a yard full of the fallen dead that did not rise. Sam came last, the way a shepherd comes last, counting his charges through the broken iron door he had stood behind all night with a dragon-glass dagger he had never once had to use. And when he saw Jon across the melting snow, his round, gaunt face did a thing it had not done in 2 years, which was to believe, fully and at once, in something good. He did not say anything clever. He had read the whole war and found the root and named the 3 weapons and been right about everything. And at the end of it all, he simply walked to Jon and put his arms around him, the craven and the dragon, and held on. And Jon held him back, because Sam was the last of the friends who had loved him before he had the dragon, the last voice in the world that was not the dragon's and not the dark's. And Eamon had told him to keep one such voice, and Jon had kept it, and it had outlived the night. And Munda ran across the trampled snow, and did not stop until she had hold of Jon's cloak, the child whose mother had held a line on the screaming shore of Hardhome a lifetime ago, so that this small warm weight could be carried south to see a son she had been too young to remember, looked up at Jon with eyes that were the right color, brown, alive, and Jon picked her up the way he had picked her up out of the cold on the strand. And she was heavier now, 2 years heavier, 2 years more alive, and she looked at the dawn-coming gold over the broken wall and said, "Is it over?" And Jon Snow said, "It's over." And the child who had learned at last, in a warm hall in the heart of a long war, to turn from the door, turned her face up to the warmth instead, into the first true sun of her remembered life. And Jon held her and looked at the dawn and let himself, for the first time since a forest chamber and a warm egg a lifetime ago, simply believe it. The cost was counted in the days that followed, and it was terrible, and it was less than the cost of losing. Half the north was dead. The wall was a road of fallen ice. The watch was gone. 8,000 years of it ended in a passage on the night they burned a blind old man. They built the pyres in the yard of Winterfell where the dead would not rise from them any more, and they burned their own, brother and free folk and Northmen together, no longer 3 peoples but one, the living, the only thing the long war had ever truly made. Dolorous Ed had held the East Breach and died on it, sour and loyal to the last, and they found him under a drift of the dead he had killed. And Jon lit his pyre himself and told the singers what Ed had said, that most men die for a yard of wall and don't even know it's a yard of wall, and that Ed had known his death bought the world, and the singers wrote it down, and it was the truest thing in any song they made. Lyanna Mormont, 10 years old, the last of her house, had killed a giant with a dragonglass dagger and a child's fury, and the North raised a statue of her in the crypts of Winterfell among the kings of winter, the only woman and the only child to sit in that cold stone company, a girl of 10 with a giant at her feet, and no one who had stood the wall of Winterfell ever questioned that she belonged there. The chosen who had died in the Godswood to cut the lane were named, everyone, because Jon Snow had learned at Hardhome the cost of letting the dead go uncounted, and he counted them, all of them, and the counting was the last duty of the realm's shield, and he did it faithfully. And when it was done, the pyres burned down and the smoke went up white into a sky that had a sun in it, and the living stood in the warmth and watched their dead go up clean, and that was the only victory the war had ever had to give. And it was enough because it was real. And when the counting was done, the North did the thing the North does, which was to look for a king. They came to him in the great hall of Winterfell, the lords that were left and the free folk leaders and the small folk who had bled on the walls, and they wanted to make him a king, Aegon Targaryen, who had been Jon Snow, the dragon-blooded son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, the man who had burned the Night King's army and ended the long night, the last Targaryen and the rightful heir to a throne of swords 1,000 leagues south, and they offered it to him, the crown, the realm, all of it. Because there was no one left in the world with a better claim or a greater deed, and Jon Snow stood in his father's hall and refused it, the way he had refused Stannis a lifetime ago, and for the same reason, only truer now. "I told you at the wall I'd take no crown," Jon said, "and I'll tell you again in this hall because it's still true and it's truer now than it was. A man who will break one oath for a dragon will break the next for a kingdom. I broke my watch vows to save the realms of men, and men I loved died for it, and I'll carry that, but I'll not pile a crown on top of it and pretend the breaking was worth a throne. I never wanted the dragon. I never wanted the name. I wanted to be a Stark, and I found out I was a Targaryen, and in between I found out the only thing that ever mattered was the living. And the living don't need a king with a dragon, they've had enough of those. They've had 1,000 years of men with dragons deciding the small, warm lives of small, warm people weren't worth as much as a chair. They need the north rebuilt and the wall mended, and the dead counted, and the children taught to turn from the door. That's not a king's work. That's a watchman's. So I'll do that. Not the watch is dead and should stay dead, but the work the watch was raised for, the only work I was ever any good at, which is standing between the living and the things that would end them. Give the crown to someone who wants it. Give the north to someone who can rebuild it. I'll take the wreck of the wall and a scarred dragon that can't fly and a wildling woman too good for me and a child who isn't mine. And I'll keep the watch, the true one, the one that doesn't end until my death. That's the only oath I've never broken and never will. Let me keep it. They let him keep it, because there was no arguing with a man who had walked into the heart of winter alone and come back, and because the North, for all its hunger for kings, had always honored a man who told it the truth with the cold coming, and Jon Snow had only ever told it the truth. So that was the shape of the after. The realm to the south sorted out its thrones the way realms do, with councils and quarrels and the slow forgetting of how close it had all come to ending. And the songs they made of the long night were the usual lies: a hero and a burning sword, a man alone on a dragon who burned the dead, and Samwell Tarly, who had become the Maester of the North in everything but the chain, wrote down the true version and put it in the library at Winterfell where the lies could not reach it, the version with the alliance in it. And the dragonglass, and the children, and the chosen who died to cut the lane, and the dragon that fell out of the sky to clear the last road, and the woman who told a man not to turn, and the truth that no one is ever enough alone, that the world is saved at arm's length by a hand that everything else dies to lift. And on the clear days, when the new sun was warm on the mending north, Jon Snow climbed the broken tower of his father's house and sat with the scarred dragon that could not yet fly, the two of them looking north toward the wreck of the wall and the white country beyond it. And the dragon's heat came off it slow and steady in his, and Val was somewhere below in the warm hall with a healing wound and a sharp tongue, and the child Munda was learning her letters from Sam, and the dead did not walk. And the dawn the dragon was named for held over the world, and Jon Snow, who had been a bastard and a brother and a king's refusal and the last of 2 dead houses, kept the only watch he had ever wanted between the living and the dark, for as long as the dawn would have him, which was, in the end, a long and quiet time and enough. Chapter 10 End.